Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Drury lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone and I'm on out. Going into A4, look at Sake. Laying in the middle.
Sake?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Sake Wabe gets the quadra kill.
That was
So it
great.
kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. And we've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engaged. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The rolling thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Okay, it's okay. Mac, you're looking sharp as ever with that haircut.
Thank
You're
you.
looking handsome for the playoffs. Welcome back to the Unified MEC Spring 2024 season. I'm glad to be back.
Absolutely.
Mac, you're glad to be back. I think everybody's glad to be back after the spring break.
Yeah, we hope everyone had a good spring break, but it's time to get back down to business. Spring playoffs continue on. We've got some losers bracket action. And should be for tonight, it's going to be the last time we see a few of these teams. Our first match of the night, one that went to 3 games during the regular season. The Drury Panthers take on Cleveland State.
Yeah, Cleveland State University and Drury, two of the lower bracket teams. As you can see how the bracket shook out before the spring break. Purdue Northwest 2-0 Cleveland State, Ottawa 2-0 Drury, Grandview and Ohio Northern respectively 2-0 both Briarcliff and Cornell. So all the top-seeded teams essentially beat all the bottom-seeded teams. Then we went on a break. We did our upper bracket. Now we're into our lower bracket stage, and we're going to do both Cleveland State and Drury versus Briarcliff and Cornell. And a lot of these teams looking to turn it up in the playoffs, right? I'm hoping they were able to use some of their spring break, not just to relax and go to those all expense paid resorts, but also kind of clean up your League of Legends a little bit and
Of course.
prepare yourself, because we're in playoff mode, right? You're one and done down here in the lower bracket. You lose, you've got to watch from the sidelines.
And I know, I spent my spring breaks trying to grind up on some League of Legends. Shibby, I know I saw you were streaming a little bit during the break.
Yeah, here
it's
and there.
it's a bit of a new patch, 14.5, and so they kind of think about the league generally, and some shifts we might see. Smolder a little bit weaker, but not fully nerfed. He can still get fully stacked at 225 stacks, and so he hasn't been sent out to the pasture just yet. Might be a relevant
yet.
pick for our series of games tonight. And other champions popping up, potentially Kog'Maw in the bot lane you mentioned to me before. Is there anyone else on your radar, new champions, new meta picks that might be impacting what some of the teams and players are planning to bring into the I'll say it's do or die time for these teams in the loser bracket?
Yeah, I think right now we've been seeing a lot of different answers. We're in the scaling bot lane kind of arms race, right?
Yeah.
Both teams pick up these scaling laners. They're trying to arm the nukes, see how fast they can get to their items, right? Or in Smolder's case, see how fast you can get to the snacks. Whose late game carry is stronger? So we've been seeing a lot of Zeri pop back up into the meta. Kog'Maw has been seen as kind of an answer to the Smolder. Senna as well. You just trade the Smolder for the Senna, or you first pick it. Those are kind of all the scaling options right now. Other things like the Vayne or some other typical scaling options we haven't really seen at the moment, because you need to be able to like dash in and out, get out of range, and Vayne is just too close range for her to be effective, at least in that bottom lane. So those are the kind of the answers that we'll see for Smolder, at least in the jungle as well. We might see some Jarvan. Maokai got tapped down a little bit, but I still think he's very good. Flex support, flex jungle. Mid lane's relatively untouched. You can't go Seraphine Senna bot lane anymore. It's a lot more difficult now. You have to put Seraphine in the support role. But other than that, I feel like we'll see relatively the same stuff. But who knows? Maybe these guys have been cooking over the 2-week break.
And to kind of think about our first matchup, Shibby, the Drury Panthers versus Cleveland State. I know Drury Panthers, I would say an improvement from last season. Take a look at the roster. They finished 5th overall in the standings. Quick Slice in the top lane. Kaiser staying in the jungle, returning player. Orion Rookie in the mid lane. And Fat Cat round out the bot lane.
Yep. On the other side for Cleveland State University, we've got Jason in the top lane, Kha'Zix in the jungle, Shoes in the mid lane, Scrub McLord in the bottom lane role, and Aqua Lad in the support role. And the story of CSU has just been Scrub McLord getting sometimes 3, 4, 5 ban, right? Jason will absorb a ban because his Zac is kind of insane. But realistically, I think the story for Cleveland State is just kind of putting the pieces together, right? This team has had flashes of good gameplay and flashes of here and there, but unfortunately they just couldn't muster up a win in the regular season. I think things can change. You have a 2-week break, you get to scrim more, you get to play with each other more, right? You get to figure out what new compositions you can run. So I'm expecting some new things from Cleveland State. Everybody's counting you out. Everybody thinks, you're not to be taken seriously. This is the perfect time to upset and go for that Cinderella run, similar to what we had last year with ISU on their Cinderella run.
Absolutely. It's March Madness time. The perfect month for Cinderella stories, and someone I think to watch out for on the side of CSU, a player who I think has really grown over the course of the season. Jason in the top lane. It's going to be a fun matchup, I think, going against Quick Slice on the side of the Drury Panthers. Both of these top laners, very fun to watch. Going to be a lot of action up there, solo kills left and right. And for Jason, he's gotten these leads in previous games, but the rest of the map hasn't really fallen suit. So I'm curious how their draft strategy is going to maybe impact some of these. I feel like during the regular season, Cleveland State actually had their weirdest draft, I'd say, or their most kind of niche draft against Drury, where Shoes was picking a solo Yone instead of what we normally see, something very aggressive to go into Orion's mage champion pool. And so I wonder what CSU, as you mentioned, Shibby, the teams have been cooking over break, and the strategies are going to be fun to watch unfold. Particularly for me, I'm hoping CSU will bring in some more stuff we haven't quite seen before from this roster, because in the playoffs, it's the time to switch things up, and I hope CSU can find some success here.
Yeah, it's tough that for Cleveland State, one of their best players, Jason, has to go up against one of Drury's kind of stars in the top lane. Quick Slice has had some pretty solid carry performances. He's also had some int performances. It's kind of the duality of top lane. I feel like everybody in the MEC, at least all the top laners, have inted just a little bit, even our top teams. But a little bit, but Quick Slice has shown that he can just kind of take really good matchups. If he has counter pick, if he's on his Aatrox potentially, he can just kind of steamroll the game over. So we'll see what he has, if there's an answer prepared for the Zac, if they want to leave that open, or if they're looking to just ban that out and just kind of take away Scrub McLord's 80 carries, right? Things like the Draven, potentially the Lucian, the stuff that he's been really kind of leaning towards. We are, like I said, in that late game kind of carry meta, so maybe some of his stuff doesn't get banned, but that does leave up a window for somebody to get punished by these early game aggression style picks like the Draven, the Lucian, potentially the Misfortune, or even something, like the Jhin Ashe if you want to go for something really spicy in that bot lane. But yeah, I think top lane is the lane to look at for both of these teams. Scrub McLord's going to be neutered with all the bot lane bans. I really, really want to see what these junglers are going to do hovering around their top laners and playing around them.
Yeah, Kaizix for CSU has had some, I think, quality games on picks like the Viego. And Kaiser, very aggressive. I feel like notable picks for him. You talked about the J4. I feel like that might come out. Feels very Drury Panthers like to look for some of those aggressive plays in the early game. And especially with Fat Cat, support leader for the Panthers in the bot lane. One of the returning players from last year for this roster. And really, I think a high effort player who puts in a lot both in and outside of the game, helping the team come together. And for the Panthers, they'll be looking to kind of, I think, both of these teams, again, with a loss here in this series, they're eliminated from the playoffs. So both teams wanting to advance, wanting to play some more League of Legends, wanting to compete for. It's a difficult road ahead after this match. You have to take on the winners of the semifinals. But I know all these teams, all these players hoping to come through and fight for their chance to move on into the next round. You know, it's that March Madness. You know, we got our own little bracket here. We're cooking up something. And, one game at a time, one series at a time. These teams are going to be looking to advance. But for me, Drury Panthers, Fat Cat, I'm hoping to see him roam around the map quite a bit, especially on his signature picks like the Bard. We'll see if he can impact more than just the bot lane.
Yeah, I think Fat Cat is one of the individuals that kind of can get some of his champions and kind of sway that bot lane a little bit, right? Like you said, the Bard. I think I've seen him play stuff like Alistar and Solo Q. He's been practicing a lot of stuff here. We are heading into a bit of a delay right now, unfortunately, for Cleveland State University. One of their players' computers is having a little bit of trouble. As my producer, quote unquote, said, it blew up. I doubt that's what doubt that actually happened. Cleveland State says, but I think we'll just get that sorted out. We do have a couple tech difficulties, but I'm genuinely excited to get into this game. Drury and Cleveland State fighting for their lives. And I definitely think one of our bottom tier teams I think any of them could make that Cinderella run. And I think a lot of those top tier teams are underestimating that, right? Like they're in their upper bracket. Obviously they're focusing on their own matches, but there can be a Drury, a CSU, a Briarcliff, a Cornell that can just come out the woodwork after this, right? We saw it happen last year. ISU ran through the losers bracket. They were our worst seeded team by far and ended up 4th overall. Like that's very, very impressive. I'm suggesting something like that can happen again. It's very, very likely just because of how volatile the playoffs is and how volatile, League of Legends is at time, especially when you're coming off of a break.
Yeah, those carry ADCs back in the meta. Zeri might creep their way. I remember Sagewabe's signature Zeri kills and popping off the Xayah was really popular as well. Those sorts of ADCs. There was a lot of crazy performances, and I think both of these teams got ADCs that are going to be able to duke it out. Scrub McLord especially. I know we've been talking about how many bans he's been getting, and I wonder if he's going to be able to make that transition to, as we were talking about, our kind of vision for the ADC meta currently at the moment. Not necessarily leaning towards some of those early aggressive ADCs, but I feel like there's options out there. And for CSU, it's going to be a tricky task picking up what they think is going to be able to counter what Drury's got cooking. So I know last time CSU actually had a pretty good time countering, I think, what Drury had sort of game planned with Shoes going to Yone in the mid lane. Jason actually had a carry performance on Gwen. So I wonder for CSU, I feel like I want them to showcase again what they showed. These two teams faced off all the way back at the start of week 1, January 29th. That's already the middle of March. 2.5 months ago, these teams faced off. Both teams have changed quite dramatically, I think, over the course of the season. Now they get to meet back up, potentially finish the season a similar way that it started out. CSU, they've risen to the challenge of Drury before. Now the question is, how will they do it again?
Yeah, I'm very, very excited because, like you mentioned, it's different because we don't have that double round robin. It's singular. So once you kind of lose that week, you're kind of like, oh man, like what did we do wrong? The meta was different. I don't even think Smolder was in the game right at that point when it first happened. A lot of things can go back, and it's kind of hard to VOD review that as well, right? Because if you look far back. What is there to really glean from your week 1 matchup? It's so long ago, like you mentioned, 2.5 months. You could argue, yeah, maybe some of the champions are similar for like the mid laner or the jungler, but so many things have happened. It's probably more efficient for them to look at some of the more recent games for for CSU or for Drury here and just kind of understand where are they landing on the meta. My knowledge is a lot of these teams don't actually scrim each other, right? They scrim outside of MEC. So that's like, you can't really rely on your scrim records. You can't really rely on what they're picking. You've got to have like really deep dive into their solo queue, look at what they've been playing. But even then, it's very, very difficult. I think for CSU, the element of surprise is in their favor, right? And I think a lot of people or a lot of teams have them pegged down as sort of one-dimensional, right? Like Kaizix is just going to go for Viego. Jason's going to play Zac, right? Mid lanes is going to go something for very, very hyper-aggressive. He's going to try to counter-pick. That's what they're going to try to do. We can just 3-ban, 4-ban out Scrub McLord and leave our bot lane to their own devices. I think now is the time to kind of switch it up, figure out, like, try to carry through potentially top lane, right? Because obviously that Zac is just not strong enough fundamentally as a champion to like hard carry games. Yeah. Or potentially, if you are going to ban out bot lane, if they're going to ban it out, counter ban it, right? Just drain the AD carry pool so much that there's literally nothing left and just give Scrub McLord a super advantageous matchup. I think that's kind of where you have to go here. I would love to see Kaizix on much more of a facilitator kind of champion. Maokai, Sejuani, this kind of stuff. If your mid lane is going to pick stuff like the Yone, pick stuff more aggressive, potentially the Sylas, do your best to support him. I think kind of having your top laner be a tank and heavily relying on your mid jungle to have this like double carry potential just hasn't been working out. I think you can swap that around, allow the low econ, tank junglers to kind of facilitate your team. And even if you don't have the greatest of games or you're not able to get off all the ganks, you're still useful later on. And your mid and your top lane who are funneling all that gold into themselves with the minions, with potential kills, are set up to carry later into the game. So that's what I want to see from CSU specifically.
Yeah, and with that note, I mean, Jason's been generating a lot of solid leads on his own, just taking over lane, putting them in the Zac bully chamber. We'll see what happens as we hop on in to game number 1 draft. Here we go. Drury on the blue side, CSU on the red side. Cleveland State, we were just talking about Shoes potentially getting a counter pick for mid lane. CSU could use that red 5 final pick to finish it off, but we're a long ways away from talking about red 5 counter pick for the moment. So we'll just go ahead and lock in for the first phase of bans. Each team going to be taking away 3 champions from everyone. And Scrub McLord's signature Draven, talking about how the CSU ADC usually gets about 3 to 4 bans a game, which is very high. Yeah. And so Drury Panthers, they know what they were doing last time. Going to target Scrum McLord, try to limit his aggressive playmaking early on.
Yeah, CSU banned that Karma away. It's kind of still a red side ban. We'll see if they end up going for the Senna Smolder trade or if they're just going to ban both of those out and kind of even the playing field. Blue side is very, very strong right now globally, right? Because of how many OP champions are on the board. If you're a red side, you can't ban everything. It's quite literally impossible to ban all the OP stuff out because there's so many power picks. So what we've been seeing a lot of teams do is that they'll ban 1 or 2 and then they'll opt in for the trade, right? Senna for Smolder or Smolder for Nautilus Senna, right? A common bot lane, something like that. Senna TK, that kind of stuff. And just making you force the decision. Do you want to pick the bottom lane that is going to take a lot of time to scale? Or do you want to pick something more aggressive with Senna Nautilus that can have lane control and allow you to stack dragons and potentially facilitate dives? Bard being removed, CSU respecting Fat Cat here, Jin as well. So it looks like there's multiple bans going to be going over to Scrub McLord here. That does leave Jason and Shoes a lot of their, power picks or favorite champions up on the board. And I think that's kind of been the big knock on Cleveland State, is that when your AD carry is absorbing all of these bans, you need to step up as solo laners and really kind of find your advantageous picks and kind of carry the load and the resource load that Scrub McLord is kind of tolling for everybody with these AD carry bans.
Yep, exactly. One of the counter picks that we saw pop up against CSU that I feel like Kaiser could whip this out. We haven't seen it before, but Poppy was very common into Jason Zac as a limiter of, even if he gets ahead, we're just going to stop him from flying in and CCing all of us the heck up. So Smolder is the final ban as the new dragon. I feel like I've been seeing pentakills for Smolder all over the world.
Yeah.
So a power pick taken away. CSU don't want Drury. First picking that, you were talking about the power picks for blue side. Volley Bear, depending
Still
on where
good.
it goes, maybe in the top lane, maybe in the jungle. We'll have to see as CSU get their first 2 champion picks coming up.
Yeah, and this is another champion that we forgot to mention, actually. Kai'Sa with the new build. There's 2 builds that we've been seeing a lot of right now, right? Static Shiv, Eclipse, like this dive-heavy Kai'Sa build. But we've also been seeing this new poke build, right? Where you go Mana
Was this
Immune
the LS
into
tech?
Ludens. Yeah, the Mana Immune, Ludens into Crypt Bloom, and it just hits you from a mile away, and it's really, really disgusting.
There it is. Should
Yeah,
we call
there's
it the
the Sejuani.
Sejuani? Dude, you got your crystal ball going a little bit.
Yeah. And I think this is going to open up Shoes and Jason to really kind of play some of the more power picks, play some of the more carry-orientated picks. Double melee solo lanes is what I'm expecting. Drury should be expecting it. So let's see if they kind of tilt their bans a little bit more into the Yone, into the melee stuff, or if they're just going to 5-ban out, or not 5-ban, but maybe 2-ban out the support here on Aqualad, who's been having a pretty quiet but solid season, right? Like whenever I look at him, his engages have been very good. Everything that he's been kind of put on duty has been playing very, very well. I don't like this pick. I actually don't like Xayah in the current meta at the moment, especially when, even if you pair it up with the Rakan, it opens yourself up to get countered very, very heavily, right? The Poppy, like you mentioned, still can go to that top lane. You can also get stuff like the Leona with Kai'Sa, really hyper index into that dive, and that counters stuff like the Rakan. I feel like Xayah Rakan is just like kind of your hard scaling, like I don't want to die, I need an escape button kind of build, and it's just not going to work, especially if Cleveland State end up going this Kai'Sa Nautilus, which can still go for that dive heavy Kai'Sa or the poke heavy, and if it's the poke variant, Drury have simply no answer to it.
Yeah, Xayah really short range, good with her ultimate to counter the potential dive. But Shippy, as you mentioned, CSU with a little bit of flexibility here in how Scrub McLord might try to carry the game. Though with these picks, they're putting a lot of onus on Scrub McLord, and we've been hyping up Scrub McLord all season long. He gets a lot of bans, but even in some of the games where he gets ahead, I feel like he's fallen short a little bit. So I hope for playoffs, this new Kai'Sa pick, I hope can breathe fresh life into the CSU squad, as the mid lane is the main focus of phase 2 of bans. A lot of mages taken away. Notably, I guess Syndra is still available, but Orion and Shoes, it feels like, you know, this is their main champion pool. They're going to have to go see what champions are covered in lint, check out what's in the pockets, and we'll be kind of curious to see. Feel like Jason's going to get the top.
Ooh.
Whoa, Jace comes through. Not expecting
that.
something like that. Shibby, why don't you talk about the pick?
I mean, super flexible, right? For Cleveland State, can go top, can go mid, still allows for the counter pick on R5. So Drury have to be cognizant of that, as we do see the Camille coming out for quick slice. So that kind of guarantees that this Volley Bear is going to the jungle, as we did have maybe some suspicions it would go topside. But now, what does Orion pick, right? Because like you said, his champion pool's pinched. His own Orianna banned out as well, right? They wanted to remove it from Shoes. Nico and Hui, 2 champions that he's loved playing, are going to be removed, and they're going to go with something short-ranged like the Rise. Jace could have a field day with either of these champions, right? Because of the range advantage. Shoes can just opt in for something, as we do have the Azir actually disabled, by the way, competitively. So that's why we're not seeing it picked up by either team or banned out.
Yeah.
That's not on the table. But like you said, Syndra still available. There could be a Silas in the eyes for Shoes. But instead, they're going to go Fiora. So they're going to send the Jace into the mid lane, Fiora top. And so now I have to believe that Scrub McLord is going to go the AP poke variant, because you have no magic damage on Cleveland State side, but you've got a side laner that can just facilitate themselves, win out side lane in the Fiora, and as the 4v4, Jace Kai'Sa poke, what can you do as Drury?
We talked about it headed into this first match of the night. The teams had all spring break long, 2 weeks pretty much, to get ready for these next set of playoff matches, and CSU have come in to the first match of this best of 3 series with a totally different look for their roster. Jason, used to trying to carry games on the Zac. It's a little bit easier, I think, to pop off and carry on the Fiora, but a little more challenging to get to that point, right? And it's a heavy skill matchup into Quick Slice's Camille, which I don't think we've seen it all this season long, but with a name like Quick Slice, I feel like he's played a little bit of Camille. I don't know for sure. So it'll be really fun. We never seen shoes on Jace before, and into the short range Rise should be. I think that's a really good point to consider because CSU can hit them. It can hit the Panthers from so far away with the Kaisa W and the empowered Jace Q that the Drury Panthers have to be really careful around how they set up for objectives.
There's a lot of kill pressure on these lanes, by the way, right? Sejuani, with this Fiora, with this Jace, can just come in for ganks and ruin somebody's day, right? Orion has to play so safe here. He's obviously going to have the phase rush, but because Jace, like you said, can go into that hammer form as well, you can get those quick permafrost stacks off super quickly with the empowered autos and the auto resets that shoes can do. Orion could be dead in the blink of an eye. Volibear really has to, or in this case, Kaiser really has to kind of predict where Kha'Zix is going to be there for the counter gank. It's really hard to facilitate a lot for himself as he does have Camille on the top side. But for Orion to get in range for some of the CC that he needs to put down, he's got to put himself in a lot of danger against shoes. The arms race in that bot lane, versus Scrub McLord that we talked about, very late game centric AD carries, not the Kog'Maw, not the Smolder, stuff like that. But 3-item Kaisa, 3-item Xayah, very strong in their own rights. And like I said, I fully expect Scrub McLord to go for that poke build. And once he's online, it's really rough to play around these objectives for Drury. You have to get a flank off. You have to use Rise ultimate. You've got to try to catch Cleveland State by surprise here. As long as CSU don't go down so early, a couple thousand gold, right? Maybe 1 to 2 there, they'll be fine. Anything more than that, and Drury can kind of just accelerate the pace of the game and run away with it, especially with Camille and Rise able to side lane so efficiently.
The team's compositions are set, locked in, and ready to go. Should we just hear you? I'm so excited to get into this one. The draft's rounded out. We're waiting to load in the game. I think we're going to be hopping on momentarily. And for me, oh, here we go. Nope, it's just our faces. Usually when we see that transition, I did get massively baited. Your Hyper got me, so it may not happen in the draft. Hyper said I'm going to get him one way or another. So we're going to be waiting to hop into game number 1. And should be, I think, an interesting one. These teams fighting to stay alive in the MEC 2024 playoffs. The 5 seed versus the 8 seed. CSU trying to come up with an upset here today. I believe went winless. They went series winless. Can they break the series winless curse here tonight? They've won games. They just haven't been able to close it out. And with a composition like this, it feels a little like a different CSU have arrived for playoffs here today.
Yeah, and we mentioned, right? Quick Slice versus Jason, that one of our marquee matchups in that top side. What better than the Fiora versus Camille? Super volatile, super volatile. The moment a solo kill comes in, it's kind of over for one of them, right? And so I expect these junglers to play heavily around the top side. Mid lane is going to be a bit of a ping pong back and forth, right? I think Rise is just going to look to kind of, or at least Orion is just going to look to kind of lane safely, get to that like 2-3 item power spike with the Archangels, Frozen Heart, that kind of stuff. Those big mana hungry AP items before he really wants to fight. My eyes are on the top side. I'm excited for Quick Slice versus Jason, 2 carry matchups. I think in the bot lane, it's going to be a farm fest, right? Like realistically, Fat Cat is going to want to try to get out of lane as much as possible, right? The dive threat is there, don't get me wrong, but realistically on this Rakan, first base, I want to see him jetting towards that top side, right? Like just running there, helping Quick Slice with this lane and trying to get that grub control. I expect both of these supports realistically to get out of lane as soon as possible and start affecting the rest of the map. I think that's been the big difference maker for some of the top tier supports in MEC and some of the ones that are on these like more bottom tier teams. Who can roam and who can get the perfect roam timings.
Yep. As well as, I think for a lot of teams, it kind of has to come together sort of perfectly with the supports coming in. It's a bit of a numbers game, right? How many champions do you have to fight? Is it 4-on-3, 3-on-2? How can teams kind of secretly generate that numbers advantage while keeping the opposing squad unsuspecting of their secret plans? What will kind of be important for me here, something for us to keep our eyes on very early on. I feel like we haven't seen it a lot this season, but last season, the Kai'Sa Nautilus duo, a staple in the meta, incredibly aggressive early on, and something that might be a little bit of a challenge for Yuno and Fat Cat. Scrum McLord and Aqualad, it feels like the meta wasn't really shifting towards some of these aggressive early champions. It was Varus Karma into Smolder and like Melio or something out. Just not a lot of engaged supports, but Aqualad, you talked about really consistent performances for him overall and starting to like his engages. I'm curious how that'll translate to what I feel like Scrub McLord and Aqualad, I feel like they've been waiting to play this sort of champion matchup all season long with. I feel like early on we saw the Callista Renata combo banned away quite frequently from this duo. So I'm curious how the Kai'Sa Nautilus duo is going to stack up for them.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they're on the side of the more aggressive bot lane matchups rather than kind of like the snooze fest scaling options. Like they don't really love to play that way, and that is a lot more conditional on your where you're placed, where you're positioning, that kind of stuff. And in some of those team fights, it can get really, really hectic, and if you make one mistake, you lose the team fight, right? Whereas in the bottom lane, if you're playing those more aggressive stuffs, you have a lot more opportunities to do things, right? Around Dragon, around potential heralds and stuff like that. There's a lot more ability to skirmish, which is something that I feel like they would, like you said, thrive in because of the Draven ban, because of the Varus ban, because of those kind of champions that are being removed. Jhin as well, right? Super aggressive early on. This Kai'Sa Nautilus is perfect for them, but I think, like we said, this different flavor of Kai'Sa, the more scaling, LS build or poke build kind of works against Scrub McLord, and I'm really hoping that he doesn't just rush Static Shiv into Eclipse, because they're so AD heavy at the moment that like a couple armor items, right, picked up potentially by the Volley Bear, and you'll just never kill him, right? He's just never gonna die.
Yeah, and even those top lane, I mean, Quick Slice on the Camille can opt into what would be an extremely efficient also plated steel caps. The armor boots would be huge against an all AD comp. So I think you hit a really good note where we're hoping Shoes will opt for a route that I think is a little bit more challenging to play up against, because you can't get away with just your items protecting you from the entirety of the team, right? They need to spread it out, mix things up a little bit, and provide some different threats. And that poke build, not only good for considering the itemization of the enemy team, but also the enemy composition. And we mentioned it before, the Ryze versus Jace matchup, CSU with the Jace in Shoes' hands. They have the range advantage, and sometimes a range advantage is all you need, Shimmy. They can't hit you if you're hitting them from halfway across the screen, and especially that Kai'Sa W, super long range. We might have to get some camera zoom outs when Shoes starts building and getting to those power spikes. You mentioned, even though Kai'Sa aggressive early on, has those scaling thresholds where once she gets to a certain amount of AP power, the W ability gets empowered, and suddenly it's hitting like a truck.
Yeah, I mean, if the cool thing about it is, as well, is if you land that W, you refund a percentage of the cooldown, right? It goes back down. You can just kind of fire those away every 4 seconds or 5 seconds, something like that, as long as you're hitting the W. It's kind of just a very uninteractive playstyle, and for Drury, they cannot interact with it. Volley Bear's short range. Camille needs a flank, right? She can cover distance with the hook shot, but realistically, she's going to be so far ahead of their team that they can't kind of catch up, right? It's going to be up to Ryze. It's going to be up to these flanks, either with the portals, with the TPs that are available, to really get, Realm Warp right onto Cleveland State University. But as long as they're range leashing, as long as they're playing their game with the Shock Blast, the Kai'Sa Ws, this kind of stuff, it's just not a fun time for Drury, regardless of how tanky you are, right? Because it'll just do % health damage at one point. If you're Volley Bear, if you're a Khan, it doesn't really matter here. I think the way Drury wins this game is either baiting Cleveland State into these 5v5 kind of death ball skirmishes or getting these flanks off. All Cleveland State has to do, not go too far down this game, 1 to 2,000 gold, and really just play that kite game, play that range leashing game. But like we said, there were some technical issues earlier on. We were facing them again with Cleveland State's side. So before we get into the matchup, before we've set everything up, we're going to let you guys go get some food, some water, some soda, maybe
Fuel
order
up.
a pizza, go pick it up. Yeah, fuel up, because I'm expecting an exciting 3-game series here, but we are going to cut to a very, very short break as we figure out some of these technical issues.
Position?
I'm the jungler.
Jungler? Awesome. Nice to meet you. I appreciate it. First question I have. Versus online competition, what gets you so excited about LANs, and what's the best part in your opinion?
Honestly, I think the kind of being able to hear teams talking shit across the board, it gets me a little pumped up because I'm like, wait a minute, you're saying this to my face? And it's also more of a human element, when you're sitting in your lab by yourself with your team, a little scattered.
Yep.
It feels a little less serious almost.
Yep.
And when you're in person, when you're seeing each other, when you have everyone set up in a kind of coordinated way next to each other, it feels more like a real competition instead of a game of solo queue.
Yeah. All right. Nice. Second question then. We're gonna put you on the dev team. All right, of Riot Games, and your first job is to bring in a totally new IP or a real life person, and they create a new champion for League of Legends. Could be a character from another game, could be a person, could be anything. What are you doing day one?
That's a hard choice.
I know.
I feel like League doesn't have enough kind of how do I put this? The creativity in characters is sometimes a little stifled in my mind.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them are very archetypal.
Yep.
They fit into a very specific. Like this is a ninja. This
Yep.
is a.
Yeah.
I feel like branching out to some I played a little Guilty Gear Strive the other day, and there's this one character who's just almost looks like a scarecrow, but he's got a bag on his head, and he's got these really weird movements. I think something just bizarre that doesn't really fit in the world of League. Not silly, but out there.
Just
an
totally
abstract
amorphous.
thing would be really cool to me. Because I feel like it wouldn't fit any of the archetypes that exist in the game.
Yeah, anything inspirationally that comes to mind. I mean, Guilty Gear would be.
Guilty Gear was the one thing I was thinking of right now, but some of the Eldritch themes of stuff I would think would be really cool. We have a little of that, but not a ton.
We had somebody yesterday say the Lich King.
That would be awesome.
Yeah,
that would be badass.
Something
like what's this Lovecraftian would be cool because we do have skins like that.
Yeah, true.
But we don't really have many characters outside of maybe Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, possesses that. Yeah,
it would be cool to me. I'm a big fan of horror or not horror necessarily, but big astral type stuff. So I think that would be cool to have in the game.
The MMO comes out, you're what is it? Why am I blanking? Callista, Hecarim, Thresh.
Oh yeah, the Shadow Isles.
Shadow Isles.
Yeah,
I'm like Shadow Realm.
Yeah,
I'm
close enough.
It's
close enough.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna be there manning Shadow Isles champs.
I'm a VA girl.
See,
I love VA girls.
There you go.
So,
Easy.
Exactly.
Easy. All right. Last question. Of any of your teammates, who is most likely to go viral, and for better or for worse, why?
Well, I have two answers on that one.
Okay, all right, yeah.
It could be me.
Okay.
Because
fair.
I'm loud and talkative.
Oh,
no. I say whatever the hell comes to my mind. Which,
no way.
We may have noticed in the 2 interviews I've had so far. But other than that, I think it would probably be Seth, Fatcat, just because he's super involved in the community. He knows everybody in esports. He's a very positive person.
Just well connected.
I just think he would be the type of person to be on a leadership for something relating to esports. He's just a well-rounded human. I love it.
Yeah, what a wholesome answer.
So I think that's what I'd say.
Perfect. Well, appreciate you coming. Good luck in the games.
Thank you.
Yeah, see you. So first question is going to live events like this. The LANs are super exciting. Everybody has their own reasons that they love it. But for you personally, whenever you see an offline event on the schedule, what are you most excited about?
Well, for me, this is actually my first LAN. So
Okay,
I've never experienced this before. So
Okay,
it's
yeah,
definitely very cool.
tell me about the first experience.
Yeah, I think like when I first got here late last night, like walking in, seeing all the different computers and stuff, just feel like, dang, like this is really something that like,
Yeah, it's happening.
it's happening. There's gonna be all these teams that are competing here, and that I'm gonna be around like other great players. And I think another thing that's really cool is like you're actually able to go and I guess more involved in like the people you're playing, like in the community and stuff, and being able to like actually put faces to the people playing. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But overall, it's been a pretty good experience. Overall, it's a great time. I think this is so cool that you guys set up this up.
Dude, it's fun to be a part of it. The second question, all right, we made a few calls, opened up the flip phone, got Riot on the phone, and we got you on the dev team, all right?
Yeah.
And day one, they want a new champion in League of Legends, but with all the cuts that they made in staff, there's a lot of revenue. We can throw out a lot of IPs. So it could be from anywhere. It could be a real person. It could be anything. Who are you bringing into the league?
Dude, that's a hard question here, man. Okay, so like my biggest problem is I play games like Apex and Minecraft and stuff outside. So it's like I don't think any of those characters could go very well in the league.
You can do Steve.
Should we do Steve, bro?
Yeah, you could. I mean, I don't know if you should.
Maybe he could like temporarily mine holes through the wall. And get his whole team.
He already broke Smash.
I know he's disgusting in Smash. I was actually just over there playing it.
Do you think he would do the same thing in League? He just like you build terrain.
I think it's either you build terrain, you also but like that's the I think you could like have like a mini bard portal, but it's not one way, it's both ways. You should create a whole wall in the terrain and just that's like a whole new entrance. That's like
true.
Over time. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, that's like better.
Yeah, because Orin can like block. Like, he can do that with any terrain, like even like just normal walls. That'd be crazy. He'd be a jungler.
Coding team is sweating.
Yeah, because I know, like, is it with Smash? They make like they have to like take all like the arenas and like re-put them into like 1x1 blocks. They gotta do it in the league. Yeah, they just redid the map, so gotta do it again.
All right, last question of anybody on the team, on your team, who is most likely to go viral, and for better or for worse, why?
Viral? I'm gonna say our Millionaire Shoes.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, dude, we were playing a game earlier, dude. This guy was playing Cassiopeia and he was going crazy. He almost clutched the team fight. It wasn't close, but dude, I'm like, that's got potential.
Okay, so
I think one of these games, dude, he's gonna hit something crazy. And I'm like, all right, I want to be there and see it.
We're gonna get the like no scope montage, but League of Legends style.
It's gonna be shoes on Cassiopeia just turning around, just really clicking everybody down.
Twin fang.
It's gonna be insane, bro. Now, personally, I hate Cassiopeia, but I love it when it's on my team.
That champion is crazy. Well, appreciate you.
Yeah, no,
have
awesome.
fun at the
Good
first
talking,
land, and good luck in the games. All right.
Awesome, man.
Summoners, welcome on to the Rift. Finally, for game number 1 of our best of 3 series, it's the Drury Panthers taking on Cleveland State University. I can't wait. Our playoff 2024 coverage continues here. In the first round of the losers bracket, these two teams are fighting for their right to stay alive in the playoff fight. Let's see how it works out. My name's Mac Dewey. Thank you guys so much for joining our stream as we cover our Midwest Esports Conference. Lovely community. My co-caster, my main man, Shibby. How are you doing?
Doing good, as we do see some tomfoolery coming out from Drury's side, just getting full vision onto this bottom side here. They don't even know that Cleveland State kind of went through their jungle. I don't think they know that the ward's placed on that red side. No vision has actually been placed onto CSU's jungle, so it's going to be a dark, hidden start for Kha'Zix here, which is going to be super beneficial for these early ganks into the Jace, into the Fiora, just stacking that permafrost. Take a quick look at the summoner spells and runes. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Scrub McLord, though, has the Halo Blades. He still can't opt in, like we said, for that AP build on that Kaisa. Also could rush that static and go for that dive heavy comp. Quick Slice, TP Ignite for himself, so we'll have kill pressure onto Jason. And has the Phase Rush, no Conqueror, so he's just looking to kind of get out, right? He's just quick, short, bursty trades Same thing with Orion Phase Rush as well, just looking to kind of move and groove out of here. But everything else is pretty set standard.
Wow,
Hook trading in that bottom side.
Ignite early on to Scrub McLord. And I mean, Shibby, we did see the Panthers prowl on into the bot lane first to try and get some information, I'll say. Try to get and Fat Cat comfortable. This first to level 2 race is extremely important, in the Zyricon, who are wanting to survive this early game, are quite strong for themselves. They get level 2 first. Fat Cat connects. A lovely CC buffer from Aqualad to get on out of trouble, but across the board in top lane and bot, it's the Drury Panthers who get to level 2 first.
Yeah, Scrubber Lord actually ended up burning Ghost in that early trade, so Summoner Spell for Summoner Spell, although the Ignite is going to come up much sooner. Both junglers starting on the top side here, so they're matching each other right now in their clears. They will end up somewhat meeting in the bot lane, but Volibear, just because all those buffs he got, clears so much faster, right? As long as you can keep that passive lightning stack going, right, across all the camps, it can just increase your clear speed so quickly. Kaiser's definitely going to be at least onto the bot lane and the Scuttle Crab first. Let's see if Kaisex alters his path. Let's see if he goes for maybe Gromp into bottom lane gank, or if he looks and opts in for that full clear here. Cleveland State right now, with this Kaisa, with this Nautilus, want to get things going, want to start using some of this potential burst with the Halo Blades Kaisa. Just kind of get a kill onto Yuno or Fat Cat, or at least get lane priority, because Kaiser's already inside of this bush. Kaiser's still very far behind clearing right now.
Kaiser the first to level 4, and with that new Tri-Brush, might look for a gank onto the bot side. Scrub McLord gonna try to dash out. Aqualad stunned. The hook can't get there. Stunned up, knocked up, and first blood for the Drury Panthers. Kaiser's gonna try and even things out here. Kaiser flashing away. Scrub McLord unable to pop the passive. The additional damage does not come through, and the Panthers get out scot-free with a kill onto the support.
And that's just a champion diff, right? Like, that's just Kaiser trading well, and Quick Slice taking quite a bit of damage from Jason. Have to believe he had Ignite. That would have been a kill, but yeah, Kaiser just using that Volibear clear speed, using the ability to get onto the map first, understanding that, hey, if these guys push up, I can use this new Tri-Bush, like you mentioned, and just get a gank off. They CC chain Aqualad to oblivion. He's not even allowed to play the game. A nice kill going on to Yuno. It's going to give them much needed first blood and much needed gold into Cleveland State.
Yep. The Nautilus duo, we were thinking might have a shot at getting ahead, but the Lovers duo, matching skins, matching synergy. Kaisek's going to try to come down into the bot lane for a gank, maybe going underneath the turret. Flash for Flash. Yuno gets away. And Summoner spells used. The carries staying alive, and I don't think Cleveland State have the resources to try to go underneath the tower again. So best case scenario here should be Cleveland State, they've invested into the bot lane, and for that investment to pay off, they're going to have to come on back and try to kill Yuno once again.
And Kaiser had first back after the gank, rushed the Ionian Lucidity, allows him to get onto these objectives faster, and because they saw Kaisex in that bottom side, Grubs is going to be for Drury's taking. They don't need the lane priority necessarily in mid or top, because Kaisex was down bottom lane, because he, I'm not going to say wasted time, but invested time down there. He's going to have to pay the price. Drury are going to opt in for the Grubs, and you can't even go for the Dragon trade, which we typically see of the jungler of the other team when Grubs is taken out. Kaiser!
Shoes trying to flash away, but Fat Cat dashes in underneath the turret, and it's another kill for the Panthers. Shibby, before we hopped into the match, especially on this recon pick, you wanted to see Fat Cat recall and then immediately get out onto the map, and that's exactly what he does, helping the team secure a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's the dangerous part, right? Because even though Yuno doesn't have flash, because of that kill, because of how safe this Xayah pick can be, Fat Cat can take a little detour into the mid lane here, like you mentioned, and just secure a kill. Well played from Drury to kind of coordinate both jungle and support, right? Jungle coming from the top side, and now Quick Slice is back with the rest of the gang!
Kaiser able to, I guess, sacrifice himself for the rest of the team. The Ignite is used, Shoes is burned away, and the Jace 1 and 2. struggling a little bit. He's able to trade 1-for-1, but the Panthers have focused on the Jace carry. Now Kha'Zix, he's looking for his earlier investment to pay off here. No flash, but does have the move speed from Ghost. The dredge line is a little bit short. The chain's not long enough to catch the Lovers duo. Quite nimble and speedy, and able to escape a gank one more. So much attention from CSU into the bot lane, and Chibi, it is not paying off.
Yeah, I love how Fat Cat was like body blocking and tanking some of the hits because of the mobility of Rakan, right? With the battle dance, with the grand entrance, that kind of stuff. It really allows you to kind of tempt fate and kind of use this 2v3, use that extended range to your advantage. And now Kaiser's gank for gank returning into the bottom side.
He does have the ultimate, can not... Oh, wow, he uses it to escape. I was thinking he might use it to go underneath the turret. The top laners continue to trade Quick Slice and Jason very evenly matched.
Oh!
Fat Cat has another pick alongside Kaiser. They get another kill as Aqualad goes down for the second time, and that's going to open up Drury to pick up their second objective of the game. Dragon is theirs.
Yeah, Aqualad trying to get a ward down, trying to get some vision for themselves so they don't get dove, but ends up getting caught out. Drury just all over Cleveland State so far, right? Just executing a little bit better, getting one step ahead of them. You saw Orion on the roam prior to Shoes being able to get onto the map here. Kaiser has just been more efficient with these ganks on the volley bear, right? 1-1-3, 100% kill participation. I know it's early in, but he's just been doing a damn good job facilitating across all the lanes here. We talked about Kha'Zix potentially on this Sejuani, looking to help out top lane, looking to help out mid lane. Just Shoes and Jason have not been able to get their waves in a position to allow Kha'Zix to kind of come in and get ganks off to really affect the maps. Instead, he's been putting a lot of his onus down into this bottom lane.
And interesting for the Sejuani, right? Because we were thinking before that most of the synergy around playing around Kha'Zix comes from the mid and top side because of the melee champs. Unfortunately, Aqualad on the Nautilus, unable to get, and look at Fat Cat roaming once again. He's on the top side of the map, looking to shield and dash in. Jason's in trouble, looking to be able to just dash away. Fat Cat helping Quick Slice push in this lane. The next set of scuttlers are spawning. The round 2 of Void Grubs is soon to come. Kha'Zix does get level 6 beforehand, but thinking about the numbers advantage, Aqualad's going to try and rotate on up now. But Void Grubs are already spawning up here. Might be too little too late. Let's see if he's able to get there in time.
Yeah, this is already decided, right? If I was Cleveland State, I wouldn't even try to contest this, right? Look for a fight or anything like that. Try to punish Yuno, right? He has the ultimate, he has flash. At least back him off the waves here because the roam has already come out from Fat Cat. He's already there. You're not going to look for a fight. You can't really get in, especially with Kha'Zix and how kind of behind he is as well. It's rough. Jason got shoved in topside as well because of the Fat Cat roam. So you kind of just waste your support's time going into that top side. And now they might look for a play down here as you see everybody congregating. They might look for Fat Cat, but he's super mobile. You can just W on out.
Let's see the root, the charm. Maybe Fat Cat gets away, dashing as well. And Chibi, you're exactly right. The mobility of the Drury support is enough to get him on out of there. I thought they might have a pick, but Aqualad, not yet level 6, doesn't have that ultimate available for additional CC. And, staying alive, getting plenty of XP. It feels like throughout the first 10 minutes, the Drury Panthers, this is exactly how they would have wanted it to go. They've been in complete control, making plays happen. In CSU, they are only down 1.5k gold. The solo laners are holding up, especially in terms of CS, but they haven't been able to generate any major advantages. Fat Cat's going to look for another play here. Kha'Zix ultimate going to come out there. Fat Cat finally goes down. All the time has paid off. They're cashing in on the 401k. Kha'Zix going to be able to flash on out of turret range. And that was a play CSU needed to make. All they are investing in the bot lane pays off.
Yeah, tragic that Scrub McLord couldn't pick up one of those 2 kills, right? He's double assist on the Kaisa, but he's able to kind of stop the snowball that is Yuno and Fat Cat into that bottom side. And that gold lead that you mentioned, that 1.5k, immediately dissipates, right? 300 gold separates these teams. And a good gank from Kha'Zix, right? Really smart to kind of point blank ult Yuno so that he can't really react with the ultimate, gets the CC chain down, and by the time he's allowed to use that Featherstorm, he's already dead, right? Yuno's already gone.
Yeah.
He's under the turret. He got the pullback, was hoping to get a return kill, but flash available for Kaizix gets him out of there. 4-3, like you mentioned, 1,000 gold, or a little under 1,000 gold separates these two teams. And I like what Cleveland State have been doing here. Jason, despite everything that's happened, has had a pretty solid control of this lane, but they're just going to gank Scrub McLord.
Trying to get out with the shield, the killer instinct, but Kaiser takes a big old bite out of Scrub McLord, and that's going to be another kill going into the bot lane. Kaizik's finally coming up into the top lane, showing Jason some love. No ultimate available. There's the Hextech ultimatum. Grand Challenge going to try to come out, but the ignite is enough. No, not quite. Jason somehow survives. Kaizik's trying to get down Quick Slice, but can't pull it off. It's close trades in the top lane, but the gank doesn't pay off. Kaiser continues to get value on value throughout the Rift. Still has 100% kill participation.
Yeah, and that 6 grub early on just allowed Yuno and a Fat Cat to hammer away at this turret. That kill onto Scrub McLord allowed them to get first turret gold. They are so astrologically far ahead in that bot lane, right? 2,000 gold. Kraken Slayer already completed for Yuno here. He is the strongest member in the game, and Orion burns Flash. Dragon's coming up in a minute, but I don't think Cleveland State are in any position to fight this, especially when Scrub McLord is sitting on a Muramana and a Cull, right? He's nowhere near the power level of Yuno, and Shoes is not ready to fight either.
Kaizik's just trying to back away from the objective. Jason on the Fiora in the river, thinking about heading down, but it looks like at best this is going to be a 4-on-4 in favor of the Panthers. Kraken Slayer Zaya a lot stronger than, as you mentioned, the Manamune Cole Kaisa. So I think CSU just going to give away this objective, maybe looking for a smart steal here, but they got to be careful. Fat Cat has the engage. He's going to go in looking for Scrub McLord. The stun onto the ADC as well as the charm. Trying to stun him up, but there's the ultimate, forcing his flash out. Aqualad somehow still alive. Kaizix goes down, and unfortunately for Scrub McLord, there is nowhere to run. Kaiser on a killing spree.
I was hoping Cleveland State was going to go for the objective trade, right? Because this dragon pops up near as Quick Slice just gets the solo bolo onto Jason, and that's just kind of has encapsulated this game for Cleveland State, right? Just deaths across the map everywhere, not able to generate too much, while Drury, as like you said, had complete control. I was hoping CSU would opt in for the trade because the dragon spawned around the 14-minute mark. You could trade Herald, but Drury have just been having a field day on the objectives. I mean, Kaiser 3-1-4, 7 out of 8 kill participation. And I know Shoes is going to stop this back, but it's not going to mean too much. These scaling options for Cleveland State still available, but they've gone down quite a bit of gold. I said if they go down 1 to 2,000, it's manageable. Anything more than that, and Drury can, like we said, accelerate the pace of the game and end it before these options for Cleveland State are allowed to come online.
As you highlighted to start the game, Fat Cat's roaming. He's been putting on a clinic, right place, right time. Through these first 15 minutes, him and Kaiser working so well together, attacking the backline, making so that Scrub McLord can't really take too much advantage of his range, as the big bear has been in front of his face, it feels like, in a lot of these big fights, as well as the early lane phase. Orion may be caught out here. Depth charge plus the Glacial Prison, not quite up. It looks like they don't need it. Are they going to give it to Scrub McLord? No, guys, 6 takes the kill again. The Scrub needs gold, guys. Come on. Oh, the poor CSU ADC down in the dumps, but Seth Fat Cat, a highlight on the junior psychology major. He's in their heads, Shibby. He's playing the mind games.
He's definitely making them see ghosts for sure as a dive comes down into the mid lane, and Kaiser turning the turret off and turning Cleveland State's hopes and chances of this game off completely right now. Scrub McLord, though, picking up some gold for himself, going to be able to potentially pick up an objective bounty in that bottom lane. And I'm telling you, right, the kill should have gone to Scrub McLord for sure. but it is still winnable, right? Like, this Kaisa build is very disgusting, Mac. When it's executed in pro play, if he's just can get to that 3-item point, right? Even potentially 2 items, right? With the Manamune, if it evolves, right? And the Ludens, does put out a lot of damage, but that Crypt Bloom kind of just takes it to the next level, right? With the Magic Pen and the health and the AP that it gives, it's just really, really good and kind of puts a bow on the build. So there is a big opportunity for Cleveland to kind of just keep the game state neutral, don't bleed out much more, and eventually Scrub McLord is going to get to a point where he's going to be shooting fish in a barrel, and Drury, even with Ocean Soul, could face some trouble fighting this team composition.
Mid-game continues on. Something I've been really impressed by, Drury's ability to utilize Kaiser on the volley bear. We talked about his kill participation, but I feel like it's just been overall very clean from a farming standpoint. He's up almost 30 CS. He's now going to be coming into the mid lane, looking to make some noise. Potential dive here onto Orion. He's in trouble. No, it's Quick Slice. Using the Hextech ultimatum to buy some time and get on out of trouble. He escapes the turret dive as things go from bad to worse for CSU. Jason's coming in here out of nowhere. He's on the wrong side of the turret, and the CSU bot lane try to escape. Let's see, Fat Cat, the Realm Warp on top of it, the follow-up, the decisive playmaking from the Drury Panthers have been paying off massively. Fat Cat just keeps landing W after W. Flash, not going to cut it. I think Orion didn't get over the wall there, and now Shoes is the one in trouble. It's a level 11 volley jungle. 2-level lead on Isaacs. He's going to be coming in, trying to go toe-to-toe. Shoes is level 12, though, and has got that Muramana stacked up all the way. Gonna start dealing a lot of damage, should be.
Yeah, I thought there might be a world where Kaiser can win that, but he doesn't have the ultimate available. Can't get that extra effective HP. So despite Shoes not having the hottest of laning phases, kind of bullied around, still a threat. And if he can hit that 2 items, right? Like you said, Manamune in his pocket, there is a world where this poke comes out and Drury just are unable to deal with it. They have been doing a good job so far, bullying out Shoes, bullying out Scrub McLord, diving him under turret, putting a lot of gold into Yuno's pockets, right? He's primed to carry along with Orion here. But they've got to kind of keep repetitively putting them down and really look for some of these fights. Look for this early Baron because they're so far ahead, right? Bake them into a fight.
Shoes nowhere to run from the jaws of Kaiser. He shuts off the turret, and it's making the tower dives look too easy.
Yeah, Rift Herald gets dropped as well, and they're going to look for a counter onto Orion. Can they do it one more time?
Let's see, the Grand Challenge, plus the Depth Charge, plus the Glacial Prison. 3 ultimates to take down the CSU mid laner as Scrub McLord gets dove. Fat Cat 0, 1, and 9 Rakan performance. It's been brutal to play up against this kind of Rakan. Fat Cat, a leader in game and out. We talked about him before, and on these engaged champions, he just makes it so tough and sets up his team for success really beautifully.
Jason's trying to outplay this right now. He has the potential. He's actually just going to be able to get on out. And for that dive that Cleveland State did, there are consequences to your action. It's going to be the bottom lane tier 2, the mid lane tier 2. A couple kills go over the favor of Drury. They're slowly but surely extending their gold lead. 3.5 minutes until this dragon comes up. So there's a little bit more time for Scrub McLord to pack up some gold, potentially look for that jeweled lotus, right? The components for the Crypt Bloom here, right? Get some of that magic pen going. But he's at the Ludens potentially and almost Manamune here. He needs to get that stack as quick as possible because that's what really takes this build over the edge. That AP and mana damage that comes in as Isaacs is tanky. He should be fine here. He's able to get on out. Cleveland State, tails tucked between their legs. Drury bullies them out of their own jungle.
On the bottom side of the map, we see the 2 top laners going head to head, and it's Quick Slice with an item advantage that makes the 1v1 they go a little bit in his favor. Jason might need some help from the rest of the team to deal with that, as Quick Slice might just look for a fight here. So much damage. The Trinity Force, Hydra empowered auto, doesn't get anything, and Quick Slice goes on a rampage. The empowered auto attacks. The 2-item Camille has come online, and Quick Slice earns his name.
With the Ignite as well, kind of reduces the amount of healing that Jason can do, even if he gets that Grand Challenge passive off. And mid lane going to be right for the taking as Drury split Cleveland apart, get him down to the bottom lane. Oh, nope, we're going for your mid lane now. Like, they are just not allowing Cleveland State the room to breathe here. Saw that W come in, just not enough damage from Scrub McLord. He's behind the damage curve for Drury right now. 2 inhibitor turrets, taking 2 inhibitors down. Drury should be able to recall after taking a lot of this jungle away, cash in the gold, and start prepping for this dragon that's coming up in about a minute 45.
Drury's so clean this game. This is crazy from them. And 2 inhibs real quick, back to back. It's like a perfect puzzle coming together for Drury, right? And it hasn't been a lot of fault from them. CSU struggling to find a footing in this game. It's not for lack of trying. They have tried engage after engage, but it feels like whenever Drury's making a play, it's according to their plans. CSU have had to play very reactively, trying to force a lot of things in the bot lane early. That didn't go necessarily quite well. 4-1-4, 0-1-9. You know, Fat Cat having a big old game. Top of Kaiser, 5-1-6 on the volley bears. Been making things happen all over the map. And now they're stud in the top lane. Quick Slice, he's able to take care of business, get a solo kill in the bot lane. And it's pretty much a perfect start here for Drury.
Yeah, really clean gameplay from these guys, right? I mean, Quick Slice off to a nice start in that top side, like you mentioned. Got that kill in the mid lane, actually, for his roam, right? He roamed on the shoes, took the Ignite, and just got himself a little bit farther ahead. Kaiser's been all over the map right now. Orion's had a relatively quiet but solid laning phase in mid game, right? He's 1-2-1 on the rise, but he has Roa, he has Archangels. He's ready to fight, right? He's scaled up. He's flashed over to the gold right now. Look how far ahead Quick Slice and Yuno are to their counterparts, right? 8 and 9,000 to about 10 and 11,000. They are the 2 strongest members on the map, and they're definitely playing like it, right? Yuno is just walking up without fear, understanding he's got the tools, he's got the ability to kind of outplay this. His shoes might just be in some trouble. Kaiser is going to get that reset onto the queue.
Let's see, Fat Cat looking for the engage as well. Click Slice, the roam from bot lane is going to come up huge. Scrub McLord going to struggle to have impact in this fight. He's trying to fire away, but look at the engage, too strong. And this might just be the game, Shibby. Quick Slice, a beautiful roam to take over the fight. Kaiser and Fat Cat, this Volley Bear Rakan duo, 15 kills, 13 kills. So much participation. They've made things happen wonderfully. Yuno finishes off the ace, in the Drury Panthers, under 25 minutes, dominate game number 1. They didn't even need the Dragon Soul to finish this one off. Shibby, they just kept going for fight after fight, able to make it work.
No Baron, no Dragon, nothing needed. Just raw charisma and mechanics for Drury Panthers here. 24 minutes and 45-second victory for them. Just good, clean, fundamental League of Legends, right? I mean, I can't say any more than that. They got the leads they needed to into the top lane, in the bot lane. They pressured mid with multiple members, whether it was jungle, top, even support. Fat Cat got unlocked out of the lane. He was there for all the objectives. They didn't lose any dragons. They didn't lose any grubs. Didn't lose any heralds. Nothing, right? Just complete control from start to finish. And they recognize that, hey, we got to end this game quickly. Like, they are scaling. They do have late game options. Let's just remove that by blowing up the Nexus at 25 minutes. Why not? Very good plan, Drury. And I like the way they play that. They played to their win conditions perfectly, and they pressured all the right lanes at the right time. Big shout out to Kaiser that game specifically, because he was just everywhere he needed to be at all the right times.
Yep. As you mentioned, able to clear through the jungle super quick. And from there, he was off to the races. Really fun start for the Drury Panthers fans. I don't have Twitch chat pulled up, but I can see, I know they're doing the all they do is win hashtag in the chat. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep spamming that in chat as the series continues on. We're going to hop into a quick break before getting ready for game number 2. It's a quick thought before break. If you want to see these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself, you should come to watch the MEC Spring Championship coming soon at the Unified Gaming Fan Fest, Illinois College. Should it's April 6th and 7th. Mark your calendar. Use command in chat !Spring Championship and follow the link to get your tickets to join us there and see the MEC Championship live in person. We hope to see you guys there. Before we get into game number 2, I'm going to hop into a quick break. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back with more MEC playoff action.
My name is Carson Comstock. My gamer tag's Carson. I play for Cleveland State and the Rocket League team.
Hi, my name is Super K. I represent Cleveland State University and I play Rocket League.
Hey, my name is Max. I play Rocket League and gaming space. And I play for Cleveland State University.
You're on the dev team at Rocket League. Okay. And you're in charge of bringing in a new IP to collaborate. What are you bringing in first?
I mean, I guess like a Tesla or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Do a little, yeah. Give a
Because
little.
I know the new Cybertruck came out. They brought the Cybertruck.
Oh, Cybertruck would be like instant.
That'd be fire.
Yeah, instant transition.
I wouldn't really bring content in. I would just want to make the game better, like better servers. Like I would want more, like make the game better.
Speed Racer.
Speed Racer?
Speed Racer.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Number 6 on the side. Just
Yeah.
going crazy. What kind of hitbox are we working with on that?
'Cause for the longest time, servers have just been terrible, and yeah. So I just think a little bit of maintenance on the actual game itself could go a long
Sure. I mean, that's like instant dominance hitbox, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Mainly for dominance.
Yeah, too flat, too wide.
It wouldn't be good for an Octane because it's too
No,
long.
it's too long.
I'd probably
Yeah,
just say
I was
like
thinking-
hybrid or just something, or maybe dominance.
Dominus is
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
thought, yeah. Because it's pretty long, yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Unified live stream as we continue on our coverage with mics unmuted. Our MEC Playoff 2024 coverage. We appreciate you guys sticking around as we continue our first best of 3 of the night. The Drury Panthers come away with a Game 1 victory over the CSU Vikings. And Shibby, the Drury plans, they were cooking over spring break, and I don't know if they could have picked this one up much better. Everything went according to plan.
Yeah, I mean, the Zyra-Con, like I said, I wasn't a big fan of it early on because of kind of how it doesn't scale as well as the Kaisa, but it doesn't matter if you just end the game in 25 minutes. I mean, it was quick work for Drury, right? Kaiser on this volley bear everywhere he needed to be on the map, was a step ahead of Kaizik's pretty much every single lane and gank that he was needed to be there, just because of the champion difference, right? Like Sejuani doesn't clear as fast. You have to kind of either sacrifice some camps, sacrifice some time. I think the one thing I have for Cleveland State is that he didn't really try to help his solo lanes out. I don't think they were kind of on the same page when it came to usable melee solo lanes with the Sejuani to really facilitate some 2v2 power top side in the mid lane, or in the top lane in the mid lane. A lot of attention towards that bot side, which should help alleviate some pressure, right? Kaisa and Nautilus, were allowed to kind of do a little bit more in that lane until Kaiser kind of revisited 2-3 times over. But very well played from Drury. Good job from both the Rise and the Camille here to kind of generate some of their own leads. And when it was time to group, when it was time to do things, they were ready there on every single objective. We talked about Drury not dropping a single objective, right? No dragons, no grubs, no heralds, nothing like that. Very, very, very well played from them. And I don't think they really have to change up their ban strategy, right? They could just triple ban out the AD carry, remove some of the mid laners, and kind of just play the mid lane matchup because they're not really afraid of what Shoes can bring out here.
Yeah, and something to note for how this first match went for the Panthers, it was the veteran presence that was really a difference maker here. The ones with playoff experience, Batcat and Kaiser leading the way to a cruising Game 1 victory. The Volley Bear, Constant Ganks, as you mentioned, and Batcat roaming all over the place into the top lane around the Void Grub objectives, which then it was like a snowball. And what's crazy to me is it's how they drew it up from the first minute. All 5 Panthers went into the bot lane to get that early vision to set themselves up for success. And then Kaiser starting on the top side of the map. And Shippy, we talked about the race between the junglers. It felt like Drury, they knew they were going to win, and that play went super well. I wonder if CSU, I feel like they got to consider those factors a little bit and how they navigate the early match, because the Panthers, despite, there was that gold shift, it was a 1.5k gold lead, then CSU kind of came back into it a little bit, narrowed it down to less than 1,000, and then out of nowhere, the Panthers exploded to 3,000 gold, 4,000 gold ahead, and from there, they were cruising. The sides stay the same here as we get into game number 2 picks in bans. Drury staying on the blue side, CSU going to try and make things work this time on the red side.
Yeah, we are on patch 14.5. Just Zir is disabled because of a competitive bug that he has. Kind of disappears when he ults and moves around. That can't be good.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he like teleports and disappears. It's pretty wild. I can see why he got disabled, but that hurts a lot of teams, right? That were really using that Azir at the top level and even at the level that we play at here in collegiate. So that mid laner being removed out of the pool, one of the stronger ones, kind of makes the mid lane matchup a little bit more personal, right? Like for Orion, for Shoes, they can kind of lean on some of the champions that they specialize in. Draven being banned out here, Volley Bear from Cleveland State, right? They don't want to deal with they don't want to deal with it. They're like, Kaiser, you did too well on that. We'll smack that away. But that does leave up at least one of the champions that were banned out previously away from Drury. Let's see if the Bard gets through, potentially the Hui maybe. We'll see what Drury ends up cooking for themselves. But like I said, they don't really have to change up their ban strategy. So what I'm looking from CSU is to play something a little bit more cohesive, find a win condition and play towards it, right? Last game's win condition in my mind was to play towards your solo lanes, but they opted in to gank bot lane. I think talk about where you want to play, talk about what matchups you have, and see where you can get advantages, right? Don't try to force things where they're not supposed to be, and instead help out the lanes or help out the roles that can really bolster a specific win condition, whether it's dragons, whether it's early herald control, whether it's getting an early gold lead. Figure that out, start from there, and then those are the building blocks for you to win a game.
Yeah, keep in mind the Panthers got 6 grubs, 3 dragons, a whole lot of time. Now CSU did do a good job picking up turrets, I think, especially Scrum
Here
McLaurin
and
getting
there.
some turret gold. Yeah, they knocked down, I think, all the outer turrets, but just that gold wasn't enough. You know, once Drury started getting that inner turret gold, which I think was buffed this season, started cashing in on that, it was tough for CSU. And then Drury did such a good job engaging. One of the things I wanted to see from them was being very decisive. Their decisiveness and their decisions that they were making was so solid. Smolder not banned away this time around. CSU, they keep the support bans. They take away Karma and Bard.
Yeah, you lock that
and that's
in.
going to result in the B1 Smolder. You got to.
Yeah, and now Cleveland State have the opportunity to lock in and trade, right? The Senna Nautilus. That's what's usually is the answer here. Not sure if Scrub McLaurin is the biggest Senna connoisseur, right? Like, obviously you see his champ pool, the Draven, the
Similar.
Varus, the Jhin. They are going to opt in actually for a more punishing lane, right? Lucian, most likely going to be the Milio or the Nami, depending on what flavor you like, depending on what the support likes to play. I feel like Milio gives you a lot more flexibility, right? Doesn't allow you to be locked down as much, but that Nami just so much upfront damage, right? With the empowered E, with the W. But they are going to just lock in the Lucian and the Sejuani. So Kaizik's round 2 on this champion. Let's see if he can make it work with his solo lanes. Drury, though, tried and true classic. I feel like I haven't seen my boy in a bit. I feel like I haven't seen him in a little
Nice.
while. I miss him. Can get flexed into the jungle if he so pleases, but will most likely be piloted by Quickslice in that top side. And Drury now have the option to take one of 2 matches away, either the Milio or the Nami
bait.
here. Although we've been seeing a lot of dive or like engage heavy supports paired up with the Smolder,
wasn't a
they're going to
bait.
remove the Nami. They're going to remove the Nami away. Cleveland State are now going to have to opt in for Milio, in my opinion.
And then becomes the mid lane Bannerama. Bunch of mages, I think, about to get taken off the board, but we're going to have to wait a little bit for that Milio lock in. If it doesn't get locked in, be curious to see what CSU decide to go with. It feels like the support pick going to be coming through. There it is, as expected. Shabby, I don't know where you came from with the Sedge pick. I'm surprised we see it in back-to-back games. Feel like we haven't seen it. The Sedge Udyr, are we really going back? First Kaisa Nautilus, now Sedge Udyr jungle matchup. We're
Running
just
the
getting
classics.
sent back. We're getting sent back during this playoff series here, back to last season's champions that were really popular during playoffs. We'll see now. I think some mid lane champions, the second phase of bans went really quick last game. I don't know if we'll see something similar this time around. Nico gonna pop up. Way probably gonna be banned away. I feel like CSU pretty okay with how the solo lane matchups went. But as we mentioned before, CSU felt really, really pressured by Kaiser and his impact on the bottom side of the map. So Kaizik's felt the need. He's like, I've got to keep my bot lane in this. I can't just let them get bullied by the volley ban.
Yeah.
I wonder if this setup's going to be a little bit different. As you mentioned, we were thinking Kaizik's go for the solo lanes, but we'll see how that works out. Drury really good at focusing the bot lane and making CSU feel pressured down there. It's going to be interesting to see, I think, how maybe Shoes will change the champion pool. The Jace felt a little low impact. Jason's Fiora is something we're not super used to. Same second
Good luck,
phase
Darius.
bans. Ooh, just in case it's top lane Udyr. Most likely we haven't seen him in the jungle.
Oh, don't mess with me hyper like that. Please don't. It might be the Darius, right? Classic kind of counter pick we've been seeing across the world and also just in the MEC as well. Like everybody's been taking the Darius into the Irelia or into the Udyr, but instead the Irelia gets locked in. Another match made in heaven for this Sejuani. Can go top, can go mid. The same flavor as the Jace, like almost quite down to the pick, right? Like the same thing with the Jace. Could have been flex top, could have been flex mid. They're waiting for Drury's full composition to be seen here. And we talked about top lane kind of being the marquee matchup for us, Quick Slice versus Jason, but now kind of all eyes have shifted into this bottom lane, at least for me, right? Scrub McLord, Aqualad, on this Milio Lucian have to exert as much pressure as possible onto Yuno, onto Fat Cat. There is a ticking time bomb on Drury's side, and it's a small dragon that can execute you come 24, 25 minutes into the game, and he just kind of warps the game around him. So we'll see how Cleveland State can look to punish this. As you're excited, the Yone pick comes out for Orion here. Spicy picks across the board.
And this was the pick for Jason last time around, Shibby. This Gwen came through for CSU when they needed it most after 100 years of gameplay. The Avatar finally returned into the top lane. Jason gonna hope to master all the aspects of the game in this one and figure things out. A pick I'm really excited for. A lot more, I feel like, teamfight agency a little bit. And Jason, it's gonna be a tough matchup into the Aatrox, I think. Gwen,
not fun.
It's not fun, but we'll see how it works out. I think this jungle matchup might give CSU a little more breathing room. I think the Volley Bear makes this match a little bit more challenging for Drury to snowball the early game. We'll see how it goes. So much melee on the top side. Kha'Zix, go top, go stay out of bot. Scrum McLord and Aqualad, they're just going to have to figure it out for themselves, I think, in this one. Because it is 3 melee. There is no range on the top side of this map. They got to throw hands. You got to be going toe-to-toe against each other. And so I feel like that's where the Sejuani is hopefully going to shine for CSU.
Yeah, I think Kaiser kind of still has that same flavor of like fast clearing junglers, right? We'll be ahead of the Sejuani. Jungle Udyr, my favorite iteration of Udyr. I said it was kind of a double-edged sword because we saw it done, but he was just in that top lane. Jungle Udyr does the same thing, builds the same roughly, right? You go the Leandries, you go into Frozen Heart, a little bit less income, right, than lane minions, but you can still kind of impact the map, get onto whoever you need to. It's fine as well with the empowered Ram stance. You can kind of just power your way through some of the CC that's coming out from Cleveland State. But I fully agree with you, right? Kha'Zix, throw hands in the top lane, throw hands in the mid lane. Let Scrub McLord and Aqualad figure it out. They've got an advantageous bot lane matchup. Yuno and Fat Cat need to survive here. Aatrox versus Gwen. Yone versus Irelia. We are up for a squab fest in the top side between Cleveland State and Drury University.
Summoners, welcome on to the Rift once more as we return for more League of Legends action here in game number 2 of our best of 3 series. It's the first round of the losers bracket. The teams continue to fight on. This could be our last game watching the Cleveland State Vikings target the river, get in the boats. They're going raiding, and this is what we wanted to see. Kha'Zix, Aqualad, Jason in the top lane, trying to be aggressive, looking for plays to be had. Drury Panthers, one more win, and they're on into the next round.
Yeah, and we see Cleveland State trade some vision over, right? We saw Drury get invaded. They got onto Kaiser's side. Yuno and Fat Cat counter-warding the blue. So by process of elimination, you can try to at least figure out where the junglers are starting, right? You see them on blue. If you see them on Raptors or something like that, then you can kind of use your big brain there. Scrub McLord, though, all the way back here, just looking to come in, looking to hide Kha'Zix's start as a jungler as much as possible. He's starting on that top side, though, which is kind of interesting considering we want him to go mid lane or top lane. You can 3-camp and look for an early gank and, like you said, sacrifice some camps, maybe sacrifice some time. If you look at Kaiser, on the flip side, mirrored starts for them. Starting on the Raptors, he's going to clear his bottom side or his red side here, while for Kha'Zix going to be clearing his opposite red side.
In Drury, I feel like in a game of equal bot lane importance, they've not given a lot of early priority. I feel like Fat Cat and Yuno will sort of develop a kind of big range advantage, and it's going to be challenging for Scrum McLord to, I think, go back and forth between trading and backing off when the timing's right. But here we see a difference. It's the CSU bot lane that gets level 2 first. They've got the priority, but look at where Kaiser's positioning Chibi. It's early on. He hasn't even gone to the top side of the map, and already he's looking to bully the CSU bot lane. He's come in for a gank, but I think Scrub McLord sniffed this out. The Flash Ignite Lucian gonna place down a critical trinket ward. Keep them alive.
Yeah, and Kaiser doesn't really lose too much off of that, right? Burns the Ghost. He's just going to run up into that mid lane, and now we might see a 2v2 scrap in the mid lane here.
Here we go, Shippy. This is what we wanted to see from CSU. Stunned up Kaiser for first blood. Going over to the Vikings. Orion going down. No, not quite. Shoes, you could have let him stay back. Oh, gosh, it's a double kill for Kaizix either way. And for CSU, this is how they wanted things to turn around here. CSU, they gave us a game 3 the first time they squared off against the Panthers. Can they do it again?
Kaizix ends up picking up both of those kills, though, on the Sejuani. You would love to see that go on to Shoes, right? On the flip side, Orion picks it up kind of off of a miracle, right? Like, was on a sliver of HP. Shoes, like you mentioned, went for it all and could have let him snap back to the ethereal, from the ethereal form into his human form. Good for Orion to at least trade something back here, but Drury looking to stabilize. They've got their win conditions. They've got their nuclear arms race in the bot lane, like we mentioned, with this Smolder just at 225 will warp the game around him. Cleveland State, the timer is ticking. How far can you keep Yuno down? Because it's only a matter of time before he becomes this big, burly, executing dragon that just destroys the rest of your team. The pentakill machine, you so called it, Mac.
And we've seen a handful of pentakills. I believe Levi got 2, did he not?
Yeah, Levi got 2 pentakills back to back, and I think he was bragging about it a little bit. One of his teammates was like, "Oh, it's on Smolder, doesn't count, or it's fake," but still very impressive.
The Ignite! Yuno getting low. The seed from Aqualad not going to connect there, but Kaizik's double buff. Someone to watch. Let's see if he continues to focus into the mid lane. Kaiser is here providing support. They need to shove this wave in, but it looks like Kaiser's feeling okay. Orion's going to be able to push it in himself, and he's going to get Scuttle Crab on the top side of the map.
Yeah, Kaiser just needs to kind of farm, right? He's not going to have as much gank impact, like you mentioned, as he would have on the Volibear, right? The stun's a lot kind of harder to hit. The move speed towards enemies is a lot more beneficial for Volibear. There's a lot more upfront damage as well. But Udyr should be fine. It's a small camp lead, and once again, Drury are just going to go for these grubs here. They got the 6 last time. Let's see if they can kind of look to do that again, as we see Jason with that lane prio, though, on this Gwen. He's going to spot this out. Is he going to be able to stop this one, though?
Shoes and Kaizix make the call. Void Grubs is secured with the smite, and the Udyr move speed in the river enough to waddle on out of there. Should be a good play from Kaiser as he secures a critical objective. Going to get the Void Grub stacking begun with 3 of them secured. And kind of critical for me here. Oh my gosh, level 6 for Quick Slice. This could be trouble for Jason. The World Ender has returned. Isaac's going to try to come in and transform this fight. He's not yet level 6 as well. Quick Slice, a lot of damage, but there goes the ultimate. Jason just backs away here. He's not helping out. He's worried about the AoE Aatrox damage. He's going to have to try and save his jungler here, though. Dashing all over the place. They're going in one at a time. Quick Slice now looking for more. The stun comes through. The timing, yes! The 2v1 goes the way of Cleveland State.
Quick Slice almost had it with the Aatrox. I'm surprised Kaiser wasn't like pathing top, right? Just like immediately dropping the Gromp and just trying to help out his top lane. Quick Slice was fighting for a good solid 30 seconds. Definitely feel like Kaiser could have gone to that top side and helped him out here. Quick Slice pays the price. Still on this Aatrox, a menace, has the Brutalizer in hand, and Scrubbic Lord. Look at how much pressure they're putting onto Yuno, onto Fat Cat here. This Lucian Milio lane doing wonders. He said they had to figure it out by themselves, and it looks like they're doing A-okay.
And I feel like we haven't... I think we've seen 1 or 2 Lucian Milio games from the 2 of these guys, but it feels like they're really gotten the hang of it in this one. Scrummick Lord dashing forward, taking advantage of that range increase from the Milio, and here comes Kaizix. We said we wanted him to stick out of the bot lane, but when he's got to play like this, knocking up Fat Cat flashing away. Kaizik's not going to go down. The heal from Aqualad keeps him thriving. Meanwhile, Kaiser is doing a large amount of counter jungling. I think he got Raptors and red buff.
Yeah, he kind of got everything for himself here because Kaizik's started topside. He was able to get the grubs. The dragon trade, once again, wasn't able to happen. I think one thing to note when we see that future spawn of grubs is whether Fat Cat's going to be willing to leave the lane. You know, not on something like the Xayah, who's a little bit more self-sufficient.
Yep.
You can look to dodge ganks. You can look to dodge dives with the ultimate, right? With the Smolder, right? And just ult the wave and avoid the dive here, clear it out. But it only gives you a minute and a half, so they have to be precise timing on this next spawn of grubs coming up relatively soon, right? It'll be about a minute and a half or two before it comes back up. So I want to see if Drury's able to kind of come in and get that 6 stack and force Cleveland to kind of make a move.
Here's a potential fight on the bottom side of the map. Isaac's still not level 6, cleared out his bottom side jungle, but missing out on the Glacial Prison ultimate, I think makes the bot lane gank a little trickier, and Kaiser's going to be able to put pressure on the dragon here. Kind of shocking here, because CSU got a pretty significant advantage in the bot lane, but the backs were a little desynced, and the Drury Panthers continue to control the objective super duper well. And it's a team effort, really. I think from them being on the same page, getting the backs at the right time. And now Kaizix unfortunately goes to the top side of the jungle. He's like, where's my red buff? What the heck's going on here? Gonna miss out on that objective, but they're maybe gonna look for a play onto Quick Slice. The wave isn't quite there though, Shibby. I don't know if they're gonna be able to set him up for a bad gank. These Drury solo laners are hanging on and playing pretty well here. Quick Slice using the ultimate, as well as Jason's ultimate here. World Ender barely hanging on. Gonna go in for some healing. The damage coming through, but Jason another kill. He's 2-0 on the Gwen.
We talked about one of his earlier Gwen performances, right? Week 1, he played it. Didn't have as much success, but right now 2-0 with Grub spawned in as well. That kill is going to allow Cleveland State to deny Drury the full objective sweep so far. And you see Fat Cat, we talked about whether he's going to roam or whether not. Aqualad actually on the Milio, first to the Grubs. 4v1, potentially 4v3 at best for Drury right now. Kaiser looking to get a kill, but he's going to die.
Glacial Prison coming in at the right time. He's got that shielding, Shivy. Don't worry, the turtle stance is still strong. The objective, meanwhile, is secured. Shoes trying to pick up the last of the grubs. Got to be careful about smites coming in. Kaiser potentially look to steal one of these. Scrub McLord has to take a bit of a passenger seat role in the bot lane a little bit. Going to be able to stack up as he pleases, but the Lucian, I think, benefits here from getting some solo XP and going to be in, I think, a decent spot here. CSU evening up the Void Grubs. It's 3 apiece between the two teams.
Ryan just putting in work against Shoes right now, right? Using that Spirit Farm to just kind of trade aggressively. 3-3 Grubs apiece, like you mentioned. And despite Kaizix having a nice kind of early game gank, that 2 kills to his name, has been relatively quiet across the map. Has been trying to get ganks off, has burned some summoners in the bottom lane. As I say that, though, he is up in this top side, and Quick Slice has Flash available, has World Ender. Jason is very far ahead right now, though.
They're going to look for a gank here. No ultimate from Kaizix, but they do have the stun. They do have the melee synergy. Quick Slice going into the alcove, but it's Orion getting a kill in the mid lane with the ultimate. My eyes were on the mini-map, not the mid lane. For good reason here. CSU able to answer back. Kaizix on a killing spree, but Shoes going down is going to open up things for one of the Panthers' new players, the rookie in the mid lane, Orion. Been a playmaker for the squad all season long, and he had a quiet first game on the rise, but on this Yone pick, Shibby, he's 2-1 with the CS lead.
I mean, he's just solo killing Shoes, right? Like, he's just putting so much pressure into this mid lane, and he's going to be in some trouble. Fat Cat have to back off, and it's kind of the extent of what this Milio Lucian lane can do, right? Tons of pressure, tons of damage. Heal comes out. Fat Cat and though, feeling the pressure right now. Kaiser, just trying to relieve it just a little bit, right?
Oh, just a little bit right. Scrum
W?
Lord Galen, the jungler. Kaiser goes down. And it is a different game here in match 2 of the best of 3 series. Dashing away, avoiding the tidal wave. Scrum McLord is dancing on the Panthers. He's got 2 kills. In that exchange is CSU fighting back, fighting to stay alive. They want to push us to game 3.
I mean, they are nice and comfortable with nearly 2.5 thousand gold lead for themselves. Going to take a little bit more turret plating. Scrub McLord showing you why he's feared amongst all of the MEC, right? 3 80 carry bands might not have been enough. On this Smolder feeling the pain. And Kaiser, I'm kind of surprised because he had the empowered ability available. I'm not sure why he didn't go into the empowered turtle stance there and just get that massive, massive shield. I'll have to maybe talk about him later, potentially, if there is an interview in the works here. But right now, Cleveland State, like you said, wanting to push us to a game 3. Top lane's winning, bottom lane's winning. Isaacs is doing good job on this jungle Sejuani pick. The only lane struggling right now is Shoes. And unfortunately, I don't think Orion can make up the power differential at the moment.
3v2 though, big ultimate finds 2 members. Aqualad trying to get out, but Shoes goes down as Kaiser gets a big gank in the mid lane. Orion hitting 2 CSU members there. Jason getting real low. Does go a little immune, goes underneath the turret, and it's another kill. He's taking up the turret, but it don't matter. He gets the first turret of the game. Quick Slice. Signature top lane of Drury struggling here in game 2 is 0-4. The culling comes out. It's a whole lot of damage. Orion trying to face tank it. The red team secures it. CSU steals it away. Gets a dragon of their own, but shutdown gold goes over to Orion, who takes down Scrub McLord. It's another kill for The Panthers lose the objective, but they get a little bit of gold in return.
Good for them, right? That they were able to get some gold back into their pockets. Also got a kill for himself. Shutdown going over to Orion. Drury have gotten their 1 dragon. They've extended the game state past 25 minutes here. Right now, another gank into this mid lane. Shoes is just not having a good time.
Gotta be careful. Orion, no ultimate, though. Some life steal. And the Blade of the Rune King. Shoes that first item completed already. Gonna help him out. Rift Herald, meanwhile, has spawned Chippy, and the Panthers decide to go out on the objective. Fat Cat has roamed. He's finally gotten out of the bot lane, and this is what the Panthers have been waiting for. No ultimates available. CSU, they want to contest here. They're not giving away any more objectives easily, Chippy. They're tired of the Panthers getting all the fun stuff on the map. They're looking to try and push and give us a game. They're up about 2,000 gold.
I like that, right? You've got your Lucian in a really dominant position. 2-1-0. Static Shiv completed. Very early power spike for themselves. And although gets a little bit of alone time in that bottom side, I'd love to get a stack check around the 20-minute mark to see where he's at. If he's anywhere near 200, right? Something like that could be really rough. He's at 100 right now at the 15-minute mark. Once he gets to 125, it'll evolve into that triple burst, right? You'll be able to stack faster. Let's see if the team will feed him Raptors. As right now, Jason is just going to give away more shutdown gold over to Orion. I talked about how he might not be primed to carry this, but if you keep feeding him big, large bags of money, he might just turn into Wario, Mac.
He's got 2 back-to-back shutdowns, 1 on Scrub McLord and 1 on Jason. He's going to cash in. I wonder if he gets close to a second completed item. Culling W. Combo goes a little wide. Scrum McLord can't quite connect on it, but underneath the turret, gonna try to whittle down that turret. Let's see, he's got that level advantage. Again, I think benefited from having some solo time. Solo XP away from Aqualad. Now Kaisek's dashing over the wall. Not gonna connect on that Glacial Prison. Meanwhile, Shoes knows Quick Slice, not in the strongest position. Both Quick Slice and Shoes struggling a little bit in this game. 0-4-0-3 matchup. Gonna try and help their team out any way they can. Shoving in the mid lane. Definitely one way to go. Engage in the bot lane. Fight in the mid lane. Shoes trying to turn around. He succeeds. Gets a kill there. On to Quick Slice. Now 3-on-3. Huge ultimate from Aqualad. Keeping the team alive. Scrum McLord dishing out the damage. Trying to dash in for more. trying to tank it up.
Look at Orion.
Orion has teleported down from top into bot. The difference maker for the Panthers comes in and gets another kill. He's on a rampage as Jason's teleport not going to help out very much. It's another kill for the Panthers as they're evening up this game. 9 kills apiece, 30k gold apiece, and they're right back in it.
Yeah, they've alleviated that gold differential, and it's all in the pockets of Orion right now. 6-1-3. Infinity Edge Kraken Slayer, this Yone pick. Orion going crazy right now, willing his team to a potential 2-0 victory. Gonna take a lot more kills, a lot more flanks from him before he can put his team into the next round of playoffs. Cleveland State looking miles better than game 1 right now. Slipping up here and there as we take a flash at the gold right now.
9,000. Oh.
Strongest member in the game is Drury Panthers mid laner Orion. But you look at Cleveland State, a lot more balanced, a lot more effective damage overall across the team. Let's see if it's enough to sway these team fights. Drury Panthers Orion putting the carry punts on one leg at a time. Might not be enough. Might need to bring the backpack in just in case.
Everyone get in. Gonna fit you one way or another. We're going on a trip further into playoffs, they hope. Jason, 1v2 situation. Quick Slice has got him caught out. Kaiser CC immune. He's not going to be slowed down this time around, Shibby. He's looking for the stuns. There is a turret, and that ghost from Jason is enough to speed on out of there. He's actually looking for a re-engage there, but Quickslice got a lot of damage. He's looking for the return kill. Scrum McLord has come to keep his top laner alive. The flash from Aqualad, just in case the tidal wave comes through, flashing away, stunned up Jason. You had the way out, but he wanted to see if he could go back in, and Kaiser sends him back to base the quick way as Dragon spawns up here. Going to be the Panthers' objective to take.
Rift Herald is in the pockets of Kha'Zix right now. Can look to pop that into that top side and potentially cash in 700 gold for themselves. Dragon, like you mentioned, into the pockets of Drury right now, and that's exactly what happens. Going to be drifting on into the top side. I don't think Quick Slice is going to be able to really stop this. They should just be able to hit this. And 700 gold split amongst both these members. Shoes, desperate need for it right now. Has the Bork. Is looking towards potentially the Starak or the Titanic Hydra here. This Irelia is getting back into the game, and I don't really like the looks of it.
Kaiser trying to make a play happen on the top side of the map. The numbers advantage for the Panthers as their decisive playmaking continues to make things happen for themselves on the map. Shoes trying to make the outplay happen, but unfortunately 1v3 situation less than ideal. And Chibi, you got a pretty fast Baron taking team with Orion so far ahead. I wonder if they look for the objective here.
This has been really good at landing like all three. Scrub McLord.
No, it's a trade. That's going to be big. CSU lose their stud ADC.
There you go.
Oh my gosh, this could be Baron. Kha'Zix, a miracle. He already stole one dragon. Can he do a Baron? Orion's going to try to make things very difficult, in the damage from the Panthers mid laner. They take down the CSU jungler. They chopped him, Shippy. What did they do to my guy? Oh my goodness. CSU. My boy! Kha'Zix goes down, trying to steal the objective. Drury Panthers, they were down. They're still technically down. The game is evened up gold-wise. But Orion level 14 Yone pushing in mid.
Really, really good decisive shot calling from Drury there, right? To pick up that kill on the top side. The trade in the mid lane as well, just to be like, all right, you know what? We can start this Baron. It's a 4v3 at best. And they saw the bottom lane being pushed in. They knew that Kha'Zix was one of maybe two members that can contest this. Very good job from them. Look how they massacred my boy. Exactly. Kha'Zix chopped to pieces as he was trying to potentially steal this Baron. And Kaiser walking in like a madman.
Shoes a lot of damage on the Aurelia, and that's the window of opportunity the Vikings need. In the river, no less, where they move so swiftly onto the enemy. Succeeding, a big pick there. Gonna kind of nullify the hopes of a Baron power play gold surge. But still 3 items on Orion's Yone, level 15 now, going in for more, has to be careful, dashes on, out, but the culling comes out, stun comes through, ultimate out. Orion avoiding the fight, knows the numbers advantage isn't in his favor. Should be something we talked about before. The Drury Panthers still have Yuno stacking up on the Smolder. They've got so much late game scaling. Scrumming Lord has to be careful as this game continues to go on.
Good tidal wave from Fat Cat early on. His quick slice on the flank right now. He's like, fine, I'll do it myself.
Wow, he connects and takes down Scrum McLord. Gets the Infinity Gauntlet on. Connects on all those Qs. And Aqualad's ultimate, unfortunately, not enough to save the ADC. Now a Baron push part 2 comes through as Kaisers respawned. And the Baron minions are doing work as the mid lane inner turret goes down.
Shoes in that bot lane, pushing in, keeping the wave shoved in, not giving Drury an opportunity to end this game outright. The Baron power play worked in Drury's favor, but I think they kind of slipped up in the beginning because Kaiser ended up just walking into a bush. So you see their eyes towards that top lane objective. Shoes, 2.5 items. Don't know if he's going to be able to hold this on his own, though. I don't think he expected 4 members of Drury to be here.
Orion goes godlike as the ultimate disengage. Fat Cat's tidal waves have been on point, I feel like, throughout this match. Gonna help the rest of the team escape any danger, escape any re-engage. She's struggling in this one, 1-5-3. In the solo lanes, it felt... I mean, he's been in 1v3 situations. That was another numbers advantage. The Drury Panthers continue to hunt as a pack and find the vulnerable Vikings when they least expect it from the jungle. Quick Slice has the Edge of Night, I think, to go against the Glacial Prison, some of these other abilities from CSU. Some needed HP to try and survive through these engages. This is not Dragon Soul, as we mentioned before, Shibby. Panthers bought themselves, or excuse me, the Vikings bought themselves some time on the Dragon. They're in the top lane as the Panthers look for the Dragon.
Yeah, Cleveland State with that steal. And look at the top side right now. There are 3 members pushing this. There's 3 grub stacks as well. This is going to go down pretty quickly. They're going to TP in. They might just go for the inhibitor. 4v1 right now. The recalls are being channeled. I don't think it's enough. Fat Cat and Quick Slice can't do anything about it. Beautiful macro play.
Talking about decisive shot calling, CSU, a really solid proactive play there, but now the engaged tidal wave doing a lot of damage. Talking about an enclosed fight, exactly what Yuno and Orion and Quick Slice want. They take the team fighting abilities and maximize their efficiency here. Scrum McLord trying to kite around, but the damage is there. Fat Cat willing the rest of the team with his waves. Looking for a win. Kaiser's so fast on the Udyr, popping the ghost, speeding through everyone in a double kill for Quick Slice. May have been down before, but found a really good fight in the Drury Panthers. They get a clean ace as it finally comes through there on the HUD. Drury Panthers going to try and answer back and maybe find an inhibitor of their own. Jason and Kaizix, though, they're respawning quickly.
Yeah, we see pings going down in that top side here. Shoes does have TP available. I talked about it being a really good macro play for Cleveland, but they needed to get out, right? They needed to take the inhib and leave. Fat Cat with a beautiful tidal wave catches 4 in that corridor. Yuno layers the mom on top of it. And that fight is a done deal for Drury. They trade mid or top for mid inhibitor. The late game scaling has come online. I believe Yuno is at that 225 stack mark or very close to it right now. Going to be a very challenging uphill battle for Cleveland State. Dragon coming up in 3 minutes. Baron up in 15 seconds. I don't think Cleveland have the ability to take this down so quickly. I mean, they have Gwen, they have Irelia, they have Lucian, but I feel like Drury can collapse at a moment's notice. And if you die at the Baron, the game's over.
Each team with an inhibitor apiece makes the macro game so much more interesting. Shippy got super minions to deal with now. And look at Drury They have to defend the bottom side as Scrub McLord, Jason, and Kysix look to make another push. So much wave clear from Smolder, who continues to stack up 3 items on the carries. Orion with a Frozen Heart. Yone coming out, knows he's got enough damage, has got to survive. And the attack speed reduction, 2 members of the Panthers have that Frozen Heart. Against the Gwen, against the Aurelia, against the Lucian, want to try and slow them down.
Siege coming in from Cleveland State, but you just see
the executes
burning.
Executes
the
up,
executes
Shibby.
online. Executes online. His mid lane is going to be the apple of Drury's eye right now.
Orion goes legendary as Shoes unfortunately goes down once again. Has gotten to the point of the game. This is where Drury wanted to end up. Let's see. They've got a big gold lead amassed. Mom comes out. That's going to be a lot of execute damage coming in on top of it. The tidal wave to answer. Jason going in, trying to turn
nice
things
bubble.
around. Quick slice, a lot of damage. And goes for a killing spree. Look at the base, though. Orion and Kaiser, the mid-jungle duo, looking to close things out. The mid-lane super minions are crashing in. And the top lane supers actually ignore this whole engage. Scrum McLord going into the base. The fires burn him away. And unfortunately, if you die by Phoenix Fire, I don't think you get that instant rebirth. It's not like Akshan. And the Nexus is exposed. Choose respawns. And the Panthers go playoff Yamo mode under 30 minutes. They're going to close this one out and knock Cleveland State home. The Vikings, unfortunately, got to go back in their boats, head back home. And the Drury Panthers, a clean 2-0. I feel like they took a lot of spring break prep time to get ready for this series, and it paid off in a big way. Orion Yone gave Shibby. I mean, sheesh, that was a carry performance.
Yeah, I said that earlier on. He might not be able to carry the load, right, because of how well his lane was going, but the other lanes were doing. Picked up some more kills, picked up a couple shutdowns back to back. Tons of money was thrown his way, and Drury Panthers able to kind of muster up a slight comeback against Cleveland State, who had the gold lead for a majority of that game, right? 3,000. But eventually, Drury just mustered up the items, mustered up the 5v5s and skirmishes. And although Cleveland State looked much better from game 1 to game 2, they just weren't able to close it out. And unfortunately, that is an end to our first team in the MEC here. Cleveland State University will not be moving on further into the playoffs. This was a do-or-die lower bracket matchup. They will have to watch on from the sidelines, from the Twitch chat. Congratulations to Drury for moving on forward to going through the losers bracket. Well-deserved from them. Under 55 minutes total game time for both games.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy that they're looking this sharp. And if you are the better team, this is what you should be displaying, right? Against teams that you are better than, against the lower seeded teams, this is how you need to play. Different conversations would be had if the games were closer, if the games were neck and neck and it came down to like a Baron's deal or an Elder, that kind of stuff. But Drury did a very good job of dispatching Cleveland State University. Game 1 was very clinical, methodical. Game 2, a little bit shaky for them. But one of their members was able to step up. Orion just having a massive performance. And you can see as the bracket, Drury will move on to face the loser of either Ohio Northern or Grandview University. Either one of our top performing teams or the 2-time champions will be sent over to Drury's way in that losers bracket. God, that's rough, right? That's not fun.
Will be fun to watch here. Shout out CSU, sending love to our Vikings. An unfortunate end to the season, but we appreciate a lot of highlight moments for me. Scrub McLord getting that Draven pick locked in finally for the first time when it wasn't banned. So I just want to send a little love to CSU. I know it was a tough season, but hey, tough seasons happen. Look at Drury. Drury was not like, I think Drury was eliminated at this point last year. Now they're moving on up. You can absolutely turn things around. One of the things I love most about the MEC, being able to come back, and grow as a squad. We hope to see more continued action from them. Love CSU, one of our new schools to the league this season. Wasn't here last year, so we hope to see them come back and show some more league fun next year. Shit, Jason, Zach as well. Like, even though CSU didn't put up any crazy numbers, they did provide us a lot of fun on stream, and MEC wouldn't have been the same without them. So shout out CSU. As we go, get ready for our player interview post game. Do you want to give a little shout out? If you're in Kansas and are looking for events to get involved in locally, we've got you covered. Unified and University of Kansas Esports want you to enter the Birdcage at KU. Smash singles, doubles, and Mario Kart on offer this Saturday, March 23rd. Type !Birdcage in the chat and follow that link to enter. Hope to see you guys there. That's going to do it for our coverage. But again, don't click out of that browser. We got a post-game interview coming up, talking with one of the victorious Panthers. Get their insight on the series today. You won't want to miss it. We'll be back right after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC playoffs. We are joined by the rookie mid laner making a big name for himself here in this playoff series, Orion. Thank you so much for joining us for the post-game interview.
Hi, thanks for having me. Hi.
And Orion, talk to me a little bit now about your strategy coming into this match, right? You can obviously now leak the Strax a little bit as you've dispatched CSU coming off of the break.
Don't leak too much. Yeah. Don't get into. I'm getting your head.
Our big strategy actually didn't get used this game because I didn't pick Kalista ever. We've been kind of practicing some Nasus support just as kind of like a tech counter pick. And we didn't get to play it, which I was a little bummed about because I want to see Fat Cat play, but he's giving me looks. I may have messed up. But yeah.
I mean, I love the mid lane strategy behind it, right? What was
my bad.
idea going into Shoes, right? Like, what were you expecting out of him? Did he play what you expected? It was the Jace into the Ryze matchup, and then the Irelia into the Yone. Were you afraid of the Sejuani, right, with the double melee solo lanes? Like, was that ever a thought? What was the strategy, and what did you expect out of him?
It was definitely a thought. I was thinking about generally just how to play against the Sejuani. Part of the reason that I didn't end up picking like one of my more traditional like control mages like Hui or Azir's disabled right now, but champs like that is because they showed that Sejuani on the first two picks. And so the Sejuani was definitely part of my thinking, and definitely everybody else's as well. We essentially didn't know what to expect from Shoes, because if you look at his OPGG, you see about 6 support games and a bunch of ARAMs. And so we were pretty blind on Shoes, and then they kind of capitalized on that with flexing him both games with their R4 pick. And then so we were kind of going in blind with Shoes. The Yone and the Ryze were both kind of just, it's okay into what they've shown, and it's comfort for me, and that's why we ended up picking it, and it ended up working. So
yeah, Yone especially, right?
Yeah, definitely
working in a big way.
Absolutely. Orion, I'm curious with the break, pretty much our only extended break throughout the MEC. a lovely spring break. What was kind of the mindset from the team with getting ready for what I feel like is going to be kind of a quick set of matches to close out playoffs? We've got
makes sense.
matches today, Friday, and potentially next Monday as well. So what went into your guys' prep?
A lot of our prep was honestly more just mental. It's been a long season, and we've all kind of had to adjust on the fly with me being the new mid laner, and just generally trying to keep on top of all of the new developments with patch changes and also mental developments and all of those. And so going into spring break, we were kind of just like, we're going to try to scrim, but if you think you need it, or if you're busy or whatever, like you take as much time you need to you or your family, and then you go from there. And so I played in 2 or 3 scrims. Our jungler only played in 1. Like, it was kind of just do what you can to show up, and other than that, just do what you need to take care of you.
Yeah.
Well, that's, I mean, it's a pretty solid way of going about it, right? I mean, I do want to kind of understand, obviously, you have a much harder potential playoff matchup coming up, Ohio Northern or Grandview University. Any thoughts towards those 2 potential matchups? Who do you want to play more? Who do you not want to play? Who are you looking forward to go up against in the mid lane? Like, what are the challenges, I guess, from facing each of those teams? If you could give me like a nutshell of both of the teams.
I think for me, I think ONU is generally a team that our series have looked like closer against, at least on paper, than the GVU one. But personally, I want to go against GVU because they've been the games that I feel we have been the most competitive. Something about playing against GVU, right? It's like this big name. Like it brings out the best in my team, and I like playing with my team at their best, and I like playing at my best. And so, like, for me personally, I think the challenge is just that I do think that both of these teams are stronger than we are, but I also think that we can beat them. I don't think it's like a 80-20 chance that we lose, right? I think I think it is winnable, and I think that something about GVU being like, you know, the I don't know how you'd say it, like almost the MEC dynasty team, right? Like that's what you know, you always hear about it in, like, you know, LCK, it's like the T1 dynasty or whatever. It's kind of equivalent. Like I want to go against the best. And so I think GVU is arguably the best, and maybe ONU will prove me wrong, in which case I'm good to go against ONU too. Like, I'm looking forward to it either way.
Huge. Well, before we let you go, Ryan, I do want to give the moment for you to give out any shout-outs you want before we let you go.
Shout-outs would probably be to my team, obviously, for just being there and kind of being patient with me as I learn and teaching me, especially our top laner. He does 1v1s with me all the time. He just peeks into frame there. And also shout out to my old high school team, Plato. They had a game today. I don't know how it went yet. I haven't been able to watch the VOD, but I started esports when I was in like my freshman year. I helped found the team, and like they've been kind of, you know, cheering me on since I got to Drury, and I've been cheering them on since I've watched the kind of new generation of Plato players come in. And so so if anyone wants to go watch their games, you should go do that.
Also, sounds good, Orion. Well, again, we appreciate you taking the time for the post-game interview. Wish you a good week ahead of, I believe, you'll be playing next Monday. So you got some time to prep.
Got some time.
Wish you the best of luck, and hope to see you soon.
All right, see you then. Thank you.
Alrighty, that's going to do it for our first series, but Shibby, it is a Monday night doubleheader of playoff action. We've got another series coming your way. Briarcliff University take on Cornell College. It's going to be fun. We're going to hop into a quick break to a preview, Shibby, of our upper bracket semifinal matchup. Don't click that browser. We've got something special for you to watch. Here it is.
Ohio Northern said strength of schedule. Nah, son, we just strong. We just built different.
This was our goal, like, coming into this season pretty much. We're like, hey, Grandview's the one to beat. I guess now it's Purdue, because Grandview didn't live up to the name, I guess. But here we are. But, I mean, I'm just saying because we played with our sub support, and we still 2-0'd them. So
1 more second and it just is too late. Grandview sweep the series and take down Purdue Northwest.
Of course, we know we're against Ohio Northern. We didn't take them seriously last time. We thought they were kind of a joke. And that was just the kick we needed to actually start playing for real and start taking every game seriously.
Cupcakes that have been left out in the bakery. Paranoia is going to come on in. That's the invisible shockwave. You never saw it coming.
We're going to take them more seriously than we did last time. We're going to practice, and we're going to make sure we just crib something like we did Purdue, I think.
And Grandview University heard Purdue Northwest talking.
For some reason, like, I think we've been like slept on this season. In MEC and just in general. I think we're really good.
Lays in the damage. Beautiful flash to get away from the tsunami. Now Kaido in the 1v1 of the century. Mid laner versus support. Who will win?
We're definitely pretty good now. I don't think the games today were very hard at all.
All the way back from the base. It's a quadra kill. Will it be our first penta? It will be.
I'm like, yeah, you wanted me so bad, and look where it got you.
My name is Anes Abasha. My gamer tag is Oxy.
Hi, I'm Mike. I jungle for Briarcliff for League of Legends. My in-game name also Mike.
My name's Cameron. Gamer tag Cameron, K-A-M-M-R.
My name is Jacob. My gamer tag is Zero. I play League of Legends for Briarcliff and ABC.
I'm Raymond Boostinger. Gamer tag Raymond.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
Oh, dude, it's Jacob. He's a soccer star on his team.
I feel like Cam would.
Nah, dude, he's just hitting like from midfield. He scores them from midfield. I've seen it.
I feel like he just makes a pentakill in the game. Like
Okay, little League of Legends hype clip.
Yeah.
Probably Mike.
Okay.
I mean, he already went viral. I don't know if you guys knew this, but he also like raps on the side.
The first thing that comes to mind is Mike, and other people have reasons that they've previously stated, but I'd say Mike will say literally anything.
Probably Ines, a top laner. You know, it's a miracle that, you know, someone from Quebec is able to be, you know, decent at League of Legends.
And it doesn't matter. And then he will either back it up or go 0-10.
It's just out pocket.
And that's like the funniest part, and he won't care. He'll go 0-10, and the next game he'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna beat you the next time.
I think, like, once people realize that, like, we have a miracle of nature on our team, a good League of Legends player from Quebec will be fine. Like, I think he'll be the first one to go viral.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC 2024 playoffs. I'm super excited to get into our second series of the night. The Briarcliff Chargers are taking on Cornell College. should be taking a look at our bracket. We can see
Yep,
we're still
I will.
at a number 6. Cornell College, Briarcliff. We just got out of Drury, CSU.
Yeah, and take a look for everybody joining us right now. We played these upper bracket playoff matches a couple weeks ago. Purdue Northwest, Ottawa, Grandview, and Ohio Northern all beating out the lower seeded teams in Cleveland State, Drury, Briarcliff, and Cornell College. Today we're doing our first round of the lower bracket matches here, and just a little while ago, Drury took down Cleveland State in 2-0 fashion pretty quickly, right? Under 50 minutes or 55-minute game time, right? It was a 24-minute victory and then about a 28-minute victory in game 2. We move on to the next match, A6, Briarcliff University versus Cornell College. Two teams that, in my opinion, have had some very, very spicy picks coming out from some of their laners as we do get into the rosters. Briarcliff University, on their top side is Oxy, Jungle, Mike, mid lane, Cammer, bottom lane, Zero, and the support, Raymond. And on the Cornell side, we've got Eliza in the top lane, Peaches in the jungle, Felwyn in mid lane, Ikutso in the bottom lane, and in support, we've got, I'm going to say Divine or Devni. It's Divine, right? It's Divine. Two teams that have just been going at it, that have been really, really interesting in their draft phases, and I've been very impressed with Peaches specifically. I believe she is in a role swap right now. Originally support for a majority of the season. Cornell have swapped her into that jungle role and have put Divine in that support role after some success in the last season, last game of the regular season here. They're able to squeak out a win against Cleveland State with Peaches in that jungle role. She plays a lot of champions that kind of fill the niche, right? The Poppy, the Maokai, stuff like that. And I think she's been doing a great job in her time filling in. Let's see if Cornell has had enough time in the bank, has enough time during the break to cook some spicy compositions, because BCU is not a team to be underestimated by any means.
No, they are not, Shivy. BCU have been on a tear with the human highlight reel in the jungle. Mike has been fun to watch all season long. Hammer, the stud in the mid lane, and I think we casted both of these series like during the regular season. We casted Drury CSU all the way back at the start, and this one I think was one of our most wild drafts that we have, because we're like looking at both BCU and Cornell. They're like notable, just like weird champ gamers. Not to like roast. I love it. I'm here for it. Don't get me twisted. I love all their champ pools, but they make things very interesting, and they've almost sort of dictated the MEC meta a little bit. Shout out Cammer's brand making it pop up all over the place a little bit. So what are they going to bring to the playoffs here? Another do or die matchup for both of these teams, both squads wanting to advance on into the next round. Jimmy, thinking about which matchups, which players I think are going to be the most interesting to watch them go toe to toe. Kind of similar to last time around. I'm a big fan of the solo lanes, dude. Oxy versus Eliza, Cammer versus Failwin. That's where I'm excited.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same flavor, right? Top side, the two individuals with wild champion pools, right? Like Oxy's constantly getting 3-ban, 4-ban. Same with Eliza as well. She's constantly getting banned out for Yorick, Urgot. I think we saw like Udyr in there. We've seen some really like weird champions and some standard stuff as well. I think she's picked up probably some more stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if she has some more split push laning champions here. Oxy, not to be counted out, had a massive performance way back on our MEC Clash. He was looking crazy right on the jacks and stuff like that. Like you mentioned, Failwin and Cammer as well, two mid laners that have had really interesting champ pools. The Hui, the Brand. I think Cammer was one of the first people to bring the Rise into the MEC this season specifically. Has a really deep champion pool, but I don't think it can be ignored, man. Mike versus Peaches could be the deciding matchup. Peaches is a role swap into the jungle lane or jungle role, was a support player for most of BCU's regular season up until the last week. faced off against Cleveland, had a very good jungle poppy series, right? Just played a ton of jungle poppy, was able to deny, like you said, Cleveland State University. But Mike's a different beast, right? Mike is not Kaizix. Mike is the human highlight reel, the man, the myth, the legend. Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, plays every Volibear, just plays it all, is the meta machine himself, and is really able to sway. I don't know how many nicknames I can fit in, but it is just the deciding X factor for me on Briarcliff's side.
And I mean, what can we not say about Mike? I mean, Baron Steal after Baron Steal, I feel like he's all over the objectives, impacting the lanes. I feel like it's a bit of a 1-2 sort of angle from Briarcliff a little bit. Cameron and Mike working really well together.
Yeah.
What's really worked out for them, looking at the bottom side of the map, thinking about Zero and Raymond, I know you were talking about way at the start of the stream, thinking about we're on patch 14.5. We heard Orion talk about in the interview how challenging it is for some of the players to stay on top of all of the meta shifts, meta changes that come through. League, a constantly evolving game. You gotta be locked in to, I think,
100%.
keep up with all the changes that come through. And for me, what you talked about before, Senna Seraphine is not viable anymore in the bot lane unless you're running. It's been Raymond on Senna the whole time. So I wonder if, based on, you were talking about Senna needs to be in the ADC role, I wonder if BCU are still confident enough in that duo to run it here tonight in this do or die matchup.
Yeah, as we get into the pick and van here, Cornell on the blue side, Briarcliff on the red side here. Lipton tea is very much
I would love
needed.
a sponsor. I would please Lipton.
Yeah, I drink so much. You guys constantly see me drinking out of my mug. It's always tea. It's literally nothing else. I don't drink coffee. I'm not a coffee guy. It messes me up a lot. Gives me the jitters. So yeah, Lipton, you're seeing this.
It's a tea party.
Sponsor us. Tea party. As Cornell College on the blue side is going to actually ban away the Karma. Briarcliff putting some respect on Ikutso's name here, taking the Draven out of the equation. I feel like with Briarcliff, it's wacky, but you also know kind of what they're relatively going to do, right?
Yeah.
Zero and Raymond are going to be in a self-sufficient bot lane, low utility, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be topside looking to carry it. Cornell College understand that that's been BCU's playstyle since day one, since the rip. So if they want, they can kind of remove some of these bottom lane champions, or they can look to kind of devalue that top side and remove some of those more impactful solo lanes like the Gwen here. But they're going to spread the bans out here. Maokai being removed, Karma and Gwen. A ban for each of you. Mike, you get one. Oxy, you get one. Cameron, you take one.
Trying to spread the love, right? That's what it's all about here at the MEC. As continue to get through one more ban. I'm surprised Draven comes through in a match that does not include CSU, but it is a scary champion. And I think it'll be interesting to Peach's Poppy. We talked about it before.
You just gotta play something else.
Gonna go into the pockets a little bit. We talked about Rel jungle before, but that got weakened a little bit, right? And as well, it's not as effective against Void Grubs anymore. So that's one of those.
The Q.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't take the shield out, but it's still kind of flexed around. You can still make it work. It just kind of reveals your composition quite a lot. Cornell College locking that you mentioned could be going in the top lane. I'm with the 80 carry Twisted Fate. No one can convince me it's good. Ruler could not win this on this champion. I don't like Twisted Fate in the 80 carry role. Give me in the mid lane, give me in the top lane. I don't care. I just don't want to see it in the carry role.
BCU, they're going to be switching up their bot lane as we potentially suspected with the recent changes. Varus comes through 4-0. We have seen Varus mid lane pop a little bit. I'll give that its due, but I think that's unlikely, especially with the Talia potentially being hovered here. And that's probably going to be going into Cammer in the mid lane.
Yeah, I love what Talia can do functionally as a mid lane champion. Denies things like the Ahri Vi combo. Denies these mobility heavy mid laners. Can use use your ultimate to get down to the bottom of the map very, very quickly, coordinate potentially with Mike, with potentially Oxy to get around the map and set these picks off. I don't think they're going to be helping out Zero and Raymond too much. I think Camera's most likely going to be going to that top side. As the Smolder does get let through, Briarcliff, complete confidence that this Varus in Zero's hand can just put the pressure onto Ikutso. Tempting fate, Briarcliff. You are tempting fate against the pentakill machine himself.
This is kind of... based on where we're at, I don't think I would have suspected back-to-back power picks like this to make it over to the side of Cornell. BCUs you mentioned, they locked in the Smolder was available. They locked in the Varus. Do they have something for Raymond in the support role? Have they read the stars, Shibby? Is this exactly what they were hoping for? We'll have to see as the draft continues. Thresh Smolder bot lane for Cornell College feels pretty good. The Zyra comes through in the special sauce for game number 1. This is a double range duo that has a lot of range and a lot of damage.
Nightmare. I mean, it's just really, really bad for Divine on the Thresh. The Zyra plants can block hooks. You have a lot of range advantage. It's hard to get out. The amount of pressure that Varus Zyra, I'm assuming it's going to be into this bottom lane here, the support AD carry combo. I mean, Thresh just hates his life. He just absolutely hates his life here. If Raymond can pilot this Zyra to its utmost efficiency, even in half capacity, make Ikutso and Divine's life a living hell. We talked about them having something prepped potentially for the Smolder. They had something prepped for the Thresh way ahead of time. This Zyra, a monster slams both Urgot and Udyr get removed from the champion list here. So Eliza's gonna have to show us something different. Yorick did get some buffs on this patch 14.5. See if Eliza can pick it up and lead the team to another victory. A very big, crucial factor for the final regular season game against CSU here.
Yeah. And what's interesting to me here is, Shippy, I'm actually really excited about how, we were kind of thinking spring break, teams get a lot of time to prep some stuff. I didn't realize they were getting some secret spices from the depths of the League of Legends Dark Techs. This Zyra, I'm getting things that I didn't know on my bingo card. And BCU, I'm curious what else is going to come through for them. York is banned away. Liza losing another one of their signature champions, Morgana, to boot as well. BCU, I think, got to figure out who's going jungle for Mike and who's going up into the top lane for Oxy. I would think they would save the counter pick for Oxy in the top lane, so I think they're going to go with Mike's jungler here. Mike, I feel like, has had one of the wider range of jungle champion pools. It's been... I mean, Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, his classics. Why break away from what works? Why don't go too crazy? You can prep some bot lane shenanigans, but give Mike his playmaker, and the rest may as well just take care of itself.
Lee Sin being locked in for the human highlight reel. He called himself Mr. Mike on BCU's side. A lot of good, avenues for him to get in, right? Cornell College, you mentioned the Rel being locked in. Nice call out, Mac.
Wow.
From outer space, like Babe Ruth, you called your shot before you sent it out. Amazing. That is the Rel coming in, and this all-in composition from Cornell College. Let's see what they round out for their mid lane pick, as I do suspect this Twisted Fate is going to go into Eliza's hands here. So let's see what Felwyn ends up going. So mid lanes have been banned out, the signature way, but instead they're going to rock the Darius into Eliza's hand, and TF is going to go into the mid lane. They flexed it all the way to the very end here, but this gives Oxy full reign here. I'm sure Hyper's messing with us right now. There's no way Oxy is thinking to go Yasuo or Yone. They're hovering back and forth right now. What do they go? They go for the Yasuo Lee Sin combo. Instead, They bust out the Jacks. Oxys, tried and true here. Really good into Cornell College. 3 auto attackers on the side of Cornell. You can get a ton of Counter-Strike value here.
Yeah.
I'm loving
exactly.
Briarcliff's composition right now.
You talked about Oxy on Jax during the MEC clash having a few pop-off performances. This is a skill matchup in the top lane. Eliza versus Oxy is going to be really interesting to watch. On top of that, the mid laners, Phalwin versus Cammer. 2 roaming mids that just want to shove the wave and go somewhere else. It's a challenge, I think. They got to work with their team super duper well. And it's one of those moments, Shibby, when you watch highlights of pro players and they're clicking all over the map at an insane rate. They're like, oh, I see us, I auto attack. Okay, I'm going to look top. I'm going to look bot. I'm going to look all over the place and try to figure out what's happening. I think it's going to take a lot from these mid laners to step up and have good games on the Talia, on the Twisted Fate. Who's going to have more impact? It's a fight of who's going to be able to help their team a little bit better. And the mid laners get some huge playmakers that they get to potentially show off on. I'm excited for that in the top lane matchup.
Yeah, you mentioned both of these mid laners really looking to kind of impact the map early. Once level 6 is hit, I don't think they're going to be in their lanes, right, at all. We'll see if Phalwin is going to look to impact that top side, right? Because it's Smolder Thresh. If you're looking to relieve some of the pressure, I get it, right? If you throw Peaches down there, if you throw Phalwin with that port in, can they look to relieve some of this pressure that the Varus Zyra lane is going to have? Or are they just going to look to snowball Eliza, put her in a spot where she can just win out the side lane completely, right? This Darius doesn't have to group, doesn't have to deathball if they don't want to, can opt in for a more split push side lane focused build with the Hull Breaker. You still go like Sundered Sky, you still go the general items, but you just opt in to keep Oxy in the side lane here, and you just look to fight that 4v4. Although the damage profile for Cornell College lacking just a little bit. Ikutsu has to hit that 225 mark ASAP. I don't want to see some 28-minute, 29-minute dragon stacking 225. No, you got to hit it at like 22, 23 minutes, or you will just concede every single objective early game in the map. It could end up like Drury in last game, where they just kind of clean swept the dragons, the grubs, the herald, everything. BCU have a lot of ability here to kind of accelerate the game pace and go for these dragons early, because you know Ikutsu is just not going to be strong enough to group up.
I wonder here, arguably, Shibby, if you go for an EP Twisted Fate to potentially shove the wave faster and maybe roam a little bit better. And as you mentioned, the damage profile's already leaning so heavily AD. So some decisions for both teams as we get ready to hop onto the Rift. Summoners, welcome as we start our second series of the Monday night doubleheader. We lose another team after this series. Cornell College versus the Briarcliff Chargers. Who's going to remain alive and continue their playoff journey? Mike Velez, the highlight reel for BCU on his signature Lee Sin to start off the series. I'm super excited. Eliza on Darius. We saw previously they struggled on the champion, but hoping to turn things around after the spring break. One of the things that stood out to me from our previous series, Shibby, Orion talking about the mental load that the season takes its toll on the players. A refresh for spring. The clocks move forward. We get more sunlight. My seasonal depression has come to an end. Hoping the same for the players as they take a fresh start on the Rift. And BCU, Cornell, they're playing it safe as they fight for their lives.
Yep, spring is here. One of my favorite seasons. I think actually my favorite season. Hot take. Spring is my favorite season. I know some people would say summer, winter, but I love spring. I love the rain. I love the green that comes out, right, when you're driving around, at least in California. But Cornell College, Briarcliff are going to look potentially continue their playoff hopes, fight the loser of either Purdue Northwest or Ottawa. The loser of that match will be revealed on Friday as we play those games. But right now, looking at Briarcliff's composition, Raymond on this Zyra can just kind of deny everything that Cornell wants to do, right? You look at Felwyn, you look at Sweet Peach, this all-in composition, Cambodia or Eliza as well on this Darius. Raymond can just play spoiler to everything, right? The ultimate, the vines, the roots can just stop everybody in their tracks, especially if Raymond opts in for Riley's first item instead of Leandri's. The slows can be so detrimental and just allow Camera and Zero on this lethal tempo Varus to just buy more space and just whack away with the auto attacks here. Briarcliff have a really crafty, shrewd composition. Cornell definitely have their work cut out for them. Uh-oh, that's one turret shot.
Oxy uses the counter-strike, thinking about maybe trying to go in. Did bring the Ignite with the Jax top. Try and go toe-to-toe with Eliza's early game. Peach is on the top side of the map, has rushed through the bottom side, making it onto the top. Oxy and Mike able to push in the wave and go for a little bit of a reset. Peach, a potential opportunity to gank mid. Camera trying to shove in this wave. Might be in trouble, Shibby. Here comes the Sweet Peach of Spring. Stun, connect, gold card is there.
Ooh.
But no summoner spells burned. They can't get the follow-up needed to force anything out of Camera. It's A-OK. Peach did flash. Gonna try and stomp the back, but it's all a bait. Camera's playing
Peach,
mind games as Raymond and Mike are here to go toe-to-toe with Cornell in the mid lane. It's Mike! Who else but Mike for first blood?
I mean, the flash was down for Peaches. The Q came in, but a nice seismic shove from Camera to dissuade the follow-up from Felwyn and Peaches there, and just keeping her around a little bit longer, enticing her just a little bit, allows Raymond to get around to that river, and a nice, quick, clean kill from them. Really good roam from Raymond. You don't have any dive threat if you're Ikutso and Divine, right? You're playing Smolder Thresh. Zero's in a comfortable position. He doesn't have to worry about dying to this bottom lane. Why not get a roam off early? Well played from Briarcliff so far to get things started. And like you said, what better champion to get those early game kills on than Lee Sin?
Mike starting off on a good note as Briarcliff take an early 1,000 gold lead. The first few minutes of the game, Camera didn't actually recall. He's just stayed in mid, getting CS, trying to stay in it. The mid laners end up just chilling after all that action from the junglers. Oxy and Eliza continue to go toe-to-toe. Counter-strike, lethal tempo, ignite. It's a whole lot of damage. Peach is here, though, to turn things around. The flash from Oxy. It's a solo kill for the Briarcliff top laner. Huge play there. The ignite, lethal tempo Jax paying off.
I love that adaptation too, right? Because you realistically, as a top laner, when you take that TP, you know that Darius are going to go flash, ghost, and that gives them a lot of priority in that lane because the bleed and the trading power. Taking the ignite allows them to get that kill pressure as Felwyn does dodge out slightly on that seismic shove. Mike is going to look to push this lane in, probably give Camera some relief here as he did stay in that mid lane like you mentioned. I like that from Oxy though, right? Flash ignite. Let me look for kill lane. Let me look to just kill this guy. You want to scrap? Fine, Darius. Let's go ahead. I'll win it every time.
And as you mentioned before, Raymond's Zyra is doing a really solid job shutting down this early bot lane. I'm curious if Divine's going to be able to find opportunities to maybe get some roams going. It's a tricky game to go into, but one of the things you do have is a hook connecting, not under turret though. Raymond able to walk on out of there. Grubs started up. I believe Mike snuck and stole one. And then Cornell picked up the other two, but it's an early reset from Mike. He heads on down to Dragon with the bot lane priority.
Yeah, we've seen junglers do this before. And I always was talking to some other junglers. I was like, why they may do the 1-2 grub split. A lot of them view it, if you don't have the time to do all three, you don't have the lane priority, just take one and leave. Just view it as an extra camp. You get bonus XP on the first scrub and the last scrub taken. So if you take the first one, you get a big chunk of XP. You get a nice chunk of gold there. And you could just move about your day. It's like your 7th camp, right? Or 8th camp if you're talking about Scuttle Crab. So nice little play from Mike. Doesn't seem like they really want to play for the full grubs. They're just looking to kind of keep the tempo going, keep the rhythm for their lanes going. And with that, Mike, like you said, gets first back onto the map. Really strong right now. Has bought the Doran's Blade into the Caulfield Hammer. Really early
Doran's
spikes.
Blade? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a thing you do on AD junglers. It gives you an early spike because it's so stat efficient. On top of the Caulfield Hammer, nobody can fight. Like, Mike quite literally is the strongest member, damage-wise, on the map right now.
I want to be like Mike. As a mid lane gank happens, Raymond with another good roam. Failwind taking a lot of damage, plus the Ignite gold card missed.
Oh!
And Camer takes advantage of the opportunity, getting a solo kill. Mike gets the objective, and Briarcliff continue to charge.
Top lane. Oxy right now. Big wave stacking. Let's see if Peaches can do it. No ultimate available. Ignite is coming up for Oxy. Ghost gets popped.
Oh, the counter-strike comes through. Everyone just backs away. The lead from Eliza's passive is going to be able to finish him off. Oxy with no summoner spells. It's tough ask. Mike comes down into the bot lane. Akutsu's got to be careful. Mike has flash kick available. Let's see here. Human highlight reel coming through. But Failwind comes right in. Mike flash kick going back. Chain of Corruption was used as well, but the Lantern, well timed. Divine deals with the displacement perfectly, keeping Failwind alive, but he gets caught. Mike had no vision. How did he know to look there? He may be blind, but he sees all on the map and gets a kill.
Omnipotent Mike himself with the blind resonating strike. Felwyn did not see that coming. Huge play. This is why you don't give the man Lee Sin. This is why he's feared amongst the MEC. The guy is just playing the game on easy mode, Mac.
2-0 to start things off as he heads to the top side of the map to clear out more jungle. Mike, it feels like, has been making the most of his opportunities, even though the bot lane gank didn't quite go to plan. Camer now is the one to roam and look for another play. Akutsu summoners available. Peaches is here. The wall comes through. Flash hook. And oh my gosh, they beautifully trapped Divine, who had no flash. That was such a synchronous play. I didn't even see that one coming. They're playing advanced geometry as Oxy goes a-whacking with what should be considered a weapon, but that lamppost, I guess, considered different. Now Camer coming back up into the mid lane. Oxy, flash coming up, wants this kill. The heal comes from Eliza, but the counter-strike stops it. Failwind also falls in the river. Briarcliff up 7 kills to 1 just as we hit the 10-minute mark.
Briarcliff University showing us why they were one of the teams that we had kind of marked as like a wild card, right? Like, you don't know what BCU you're gonna get. Are you gonna get this bloodthirsty, well-coordinated Briarcliff University? Or are you gonna get the ones that kind of falter early game and kind of die out and lose slowly and get suffocated? Right now, we've got this early game dominant Briarcliff, and Mike is having a field day right now. And you can kind of feel the difference in junglers as Peaches roll swapping in.
They're okay with this.
Yeah, they get that one grub and they're fine, right? Oh my god!
No! What happened? Oh, Mike tries to go back over the wall.
Mike!
Trading kills as the explosive cone leads to absolute madness, but it doesn't go the way Cornell hoped. Camer ends up with a double kill.
Nah, Mike is on another level, right? So he takes the blast plant so that he can insect Eliza over the wall.
Oh my gosh.
Doesn't have the flash, doesn't have a ward, no problem. I'll take the blast plant, and is able to pick up 2 kills for themselves. This is Mike's world. We're just living in it, man.
Briarcliff's plays have been so freaking fun to watch so far. I mean, the Stranglethorns plus Weaver's Wall in the bot lane, Mike and Oxy dominating on the top side of the map. I don't think... Oh, he gets the level up heal! Oxy, how? You can't keep getting away with it. He's 3-1. Gets another solo kill.
Not even close, baby. Triumph plus level up for Oxy is able to keep him just a little bit topped off here and cresting on the 12-minute mark. 6,000 gold nearly, 5.5 for Briarcliff. They are miles ahead of Cornell College. Shades of Drury versus CSU, because in game one, Drury had complete control. They dispatched CSU quite quickly. We might be seeing a repeat performance from Briarcliff. Jax 3-1, Talia 4-0-2. They are well above their counterparts in the solo lanes. Looking rough for Cornell College, but they have their trump card. They have the nuclear bomb in the bot lane. Ikutso, as long as he hits 225 stacks, the game warps into a completely different objective. As Briarcliff, aggression towards this dragon. They're stacking it early. I like that. They're playing for it. They want to end this game as soon as possible. Why not try to get the Dragon Soul as quick as possible here? It's going to put them on potentially a 23-minute Ocean Soul for themselves. Not game-ending, but damn is it not nice to have that against what is a potentially game-ending Smolder.
It is terrifying watching Oxy and Cammer just walk at you menacingly. Failwind's like, please, I don't want to burn flash. I just want to walk away and try CSing underneath the turret as Rift Herald spawns on the top side of the map. I think Cornell are going to have to give this one away. Failwind does have his ultimate available, but Oxy's just going to jump on him in the mid lane. The stun comes through. He doesn't get to flash. Oxy goes on a killing spree.
I mean, this guy's Jax was getting banned away, and Peaches, oh no, it's not your jungle!
The beautiful insect backwards. Peach is trying to turn things around. Eliza is here on the Darius looking to dunk, but focusing Raymond can't get on it, and there is backup. The horses charge in herds. Briarcliff stick together and continue to increase the gold lead.
Seabiscuit lives to fight another day. Dope movie. I loved it when I watched it. And Camera.
Oh my gosh, another play? No way. Akutsu just gets melted. Look at the combo here, Shibby. Briarcliff, their foot's full on the gas pedal. Slow, no sign of slowing down. Balewin's going to try to make a play happen, but again, the Twisted Fate ultimate not getting the value Cornell want here.
Not at all here. And fun fact, Twisted Fate and Talia ultimate are in the exact same cooldown. All the way from rank 1 to 3. 180 seconds, then 150, then 120. So it's just a mind game, right? Who uses theirs first and who uses it to match? We get a flash of the gold right now. All across the board, Briarcliff University. Far and away ahead of their counterparts. The only one that's close is Ikutsu versus Zero.
Ooh,
and even then, Zero's a couple 100 gold. As they know they're here.
Big ultimate from Raymond to try to keep the team alive. Raymond's getting low. Divine with the hook, trying to slow down Oxy. Akutsu trying to fire away from the backline, but the damage isn't there. Mike still somehow full HP. The Sundered Sky keeping him alive. Briarcliff with Rift Herald might just throw it down here in the mid lane. Mike backing away. The tower's so low, might just save it for another day.
Yeah, they'll be able to take that without the Rift Herald help. Maybe they want to save that for this dragon that's coming up in about 2 minutes to make a double play, right? Or Distraction Herald, however you want to call it. Right now, Briarcliff University looking like a well-oiled machine off the break. 8,000, 9,000 actually gold ahead here at the 16-minute mark. They have just been living in Cornell College's jungle, taking raptors, wolves, lives, gold, everything out of Cornell's pockets. And you still have that win condition with the Smolder. You've still got that all-in big front line with the Thresh, with the Rel, and keep this Smolder safe and sound. A long ways away. I would love to get a stack check for Ikutsu here at the 16.5-minute mark. If he's under 100, yeah, okay, he's at 93. Not the worst conditions. Once he gets to 125, should be in much better shape to start stacking. But right now, 10, maybe 15 minutes before this Smolder can get anywhere close to online and game warping.
I didn't think this combo is possible, but I'm actually kind of a big fan of it. Zero went experimental hex plate on Varus. So when he uses the Chain of Corruption, he just mows people down. Oh, we got a Tokyo Drifter. They take down the turret. Here comes. Oh, he looked for Divine. Couldn't quite get it. Rift Herald now going to charge up and get ready to go into the turret. There's goes half of the turret's health. Briarcliff looking for more, but the strength of champions is matched by Cornell. You want to try to defend the base, stop the bleeding. It's 10,000 gold. Briarcliff are up by.
I don't know if we should take Mike's license away for that one. I mean, I respect the play.
No, it was Raymond. It was Raymond.
Oh, it was Raymond that was in the Rift Herald. Never mind. Yeah, Mike would have hit that.
Supports can't drive.
Yep, Jungler would have hit that easily. Mike would have done a kickflip ollie off of the Rift Herald if he was driving it. 34,000 gold for Briarcliff. Dragon up in about 5 seconds. Briarcliff should have complete control over this. I don't even know if Cornell can realistically contest this. I would just start funneling as much farm as I can into Ikutsu. That's realistically what they should be doing, right? Giving jungle camps over, raptors, wolves, whatever, because he is your win condition, right? You're set up with Felwyn. He's most likely going to build RFC eventually to get those extended gold cards going. Ikutsu's your damage, right? You get them low enough, maybe Eliza can start resetting, but realistically, this Smolder is everything you have to lean on. So just funnel jungle camps, funnel 2 lanes of farm if you can into him. At this point, you should be just hoarding as many resources into his mouth as possible.
Give the dragon its horde. It's part of the lore. Come on, do it. And I think it's a fair point, Shibby, right? Kutso, solid carry. And player we'd love to see pop off. It's going to be a little challenging. Eliza using the ghost on the top side of the map. Going to have to back off. And the other challenging thing, the Kutso can only stack so fast. Briarcliff have a Dragon Soul coming up potentially at just around the 23-minute mark, which is crazy fast. Phelan, there's not a lot you can do on the TF against the Jax. The gold card gets mitigated. Oxy just flashes away. He's dominating in free reign. The Jax in the solo lane. 4 members now come on over to the bottom side of the map to try and slow him down. Got a very fast Baron taking team, I think, with the Zero going experimental hexplate. Got a lot of attack speed to whittle down Baron. Kutso going to try and stay in the mid lane. Continues to farm.
I would just rip this Baron if I'm Briarcliff as well. You've got dominant side lane pressure with Oxy on this Jax. He's doing a fantastic job solo killing and matching whoever is on that bottom side. Potential still could come out from Peaches on this Rel, but realistically, use this Baron to bait a team fight, right? Cornell have to contest. They've only have really one way to contest this, realistically, right? Or even look for vision, right? With the Destiny. But after that, you just back off and re-hit the Baron. I don't think anything can really stop them. Yep, they have the same idea I do. TP comes in. 5-man the Baron. As we get that Chad Mike coming in. Mike, 3-1-5 on the Lee Sin. Oxy, 7-1-1. And Cammer, 5-0-5. The top side for BCU. I said you know how they're going to play, and you can try to prepare for it, but it is quite literally an unstoppable force sometimes.
Aaron, 5,000 health, slowly getting lower. Mother comes in. Let's see, Weaver's wall to block everybody off.
Beautiful.
Oxy looking for a flank. Briarcliff take no chances around the objective. Eliza on the bottom side trying to get some gold back. But the Baron power play begins, Shibby. And it's really good timing because the end of Baron, not even the end of, they'll still have Baron when Dragon spawns. So they've got a perfect little 1-2 punch of pushing with Baron, backing off, and potentially looking for the Dragon Soul.
Oh!
Divine gets deleted. The Zyra ultimate doing so much damage.
Yeah, they saw him over on the side here as Eliza in a lot of trouble. That is a Sundered Sky Triforce Jax. Gonna chase you down. Flash is burned and mid lane being sieged once again. Feels like nothing is going Cornell's way right now. They can't stack. They can't get side lane pressure. Eliza's getting collapsed on. Camera with a nice seismic shove, and it just kind of encapsulates what Cornell's game has been kind of for the whole season, right? They can't get Eliza going. They can't really get their solo lanes going. It feels like their team identity and composition kind of falls apart.
We'll see. Their backs are up against the wall here in game number 1, but it is a best-of-3 series. As 22 minutes in, over 10,000 gold lead. Hammer 6-0-5 on the Talia, Oxy 7-1-2. Talked about the exciting solo lane matchups. And Oxy and Cammer show up. They mean business for playoffs with their season on the line. They have 2 pop-off carry performances that I think as bot laners, this is what you kind of hope and dream about, where it's like, yeah, I just get to survive lane, and my solo carries are going to kind of pop off a little bit. So Zero and Raymond. Raymond actually had a lot of early game roams that helped the snowball get going. 2-0-6 on the Zyra. So overall, really solid team effort. But happy to see this kind of performance for Briarcliff and their solo lane carries. They're feeling themselves here to start this playoff series.
I wish I could just autofill bot lane and have my laners carry in solo queues. Now, you're going to use the Weaver's Wall to cut them off. The siege the mid lane. Is Baron power play actually not getting too many turrets? Right? Realistically, we thought we'd crack open the base. Maybe to get an inhibitor. I mean, they're extending their gold lead, don't get me wrong. But they should be looking to end this game soon, right? Because Smolder is in the back pockets of Cornell College. Has mitigated 10,000 gold leads. Has won games 10k behind, 11k behind. It happens. Don't think it'll happen to you. It'll happen. It's now mid lane getting sieged right now. Briarcliff listening in, and Mike goes in.
He wants Ikutsu, tries to get his legs, I'll say, on to the Cornell ADC. Hook comes through, Divine catches Mike, but the inhibitor is the focus, and the objective is secured. Baron wears off Shibby, the power play is over, but Briarcliff does not stop looking for plays. Oxy goes godlike, 8-1-2 on the Jax as they try to get off that second inhibitor turret. Can't quite finish it off. Like I mentioned before, as Baron wears off, the 4th and final regular Elemental Dragon is available. Mike is going for the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, he can just solo it while the rest of his team pressures. Eliza's down for another 15 seconds. You can see that Cornell are just trying to scrape together as much gold as they can. Peach is in the jungle, trying to take blue buff, trying to get some global buffs for themselves here. Briarcliff coasting right now in game 1. 25 minutes in, they've got the Ocean Soul. 6 minutes till the Elder Dragon. 2 minutes until the next Baron. Tons of gold in their pocket at Oxy. That's his blue buff now, Peaches. I'm sorry. I don't think you're allowed in here ever again. They've renovated. They've taken over. They put a new cabinet in. They opened up the garage. They've got a new driveway. This is their home now.
Oh my gosh. Peach still manages to secure the blue buff for the squad. I think Oxy gets one from Mike from all the way over on his side of the jungle regardless, but I know Oxy was hoping for a little bit of that gold, extend the gold lead even further. Middle inhibitor is down. Feel like Oxy's going to want to head on into the bot lane to take care of that bottom inhibitor, and the rest of the team might just be able to group up top.
Yeah, I mean, you can just kind of go into this 1-4 split composition. Even if Oxy can't TP, he realistically draws 2+ members down to him, which gives Briarcliff the ability to kind of siege in that top side. Baron is not necessarily needed, but you want to have your more numbers or numbers advantage in that top side. So once it spawns up, have the ability to just rip it on release. Elwin holding on to the gold card. I don't think he's going to get out, unfortunately. Oxy, another solo bolo onto Cornell College. It is a rough game 1. Briarcliff are just playing with their food right now.
Wow, Hammer continues to excel in putting Cornell between a rock and a hard place. Always the Weaver's Wall, forcing Cornell into uncomfortable situations where there really is no escape. The wave is successfully cleared, but Oxy takes a Nexus turret with the split push. The rest of the team wants to push in top lane, you could just go mid. You don't have to wait for that turret. You could just go for... They're going to back off. They got Baron coming up in a few seconds here. Shibby Briarcliff want to close this one out as cleanly as possible. They're going to back off and get another objective.
Second Baron for themselves. They're going to, like you said, methodically push in. Oxy's gotten himself an inhibitor turret and a Nexus turret. They'll take this Baron. They'll most likely hit the recall button, cash in what little gold they have left in their pockets, get all the items they need, and they'll push into that top side. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for themselves. This game just going all in Briarcliff's favor, right? I mean, the game plan they had going into this, right, with the Lee Sin, with the Jax, with the Talia, like super strong 2v2s across the board, and the kind of the unexpectedness, at least the shocker from us or on us, is that Zero and Raymond stray away from these utility, I'm gonna say utility focused bot lanes, going something like the Varus Zyra to punish the Smolder Thresh. I don't think Cornell was necessarily prepared for it, right? Because this is a bot lane that has just been playing Senna Seraphine, utility stuff all day long. Smolder should be such a free pick. But now you get matched up against Varus Zyra. It's like, well, this lane sucks. As the Execute has come online, Ikuzo has it to 225 mark. The game has changed just a little bit.
Let's see a final defense effort. Stranglethorns comes out. That's going to be Peaches going down. The Executes are here. Shut down, but Oxy has found his way into the back line, and he becomes Oxy the Dragon Slayer, as his legendary tale shall live on. 10, 1, and 5 performance, as I think that's going to be the Dagger 3 for Briarcliff as they finish this one off. Baron super minions flood into the base. The Nexus exposed. 3-25 Briarcliff finish this one off. A dominating victory here in game number 1 of our best of 3 series. Briarcliff, there's not a lot of rust picked off over spring break. They are ready to go, refreshed and feeling ready for spring.
No rust at all. They've even managed to evolve like a Pokemon, right? Like, just insane. This bottom lane doing work, right? Picking up the Zyra, picking up. Very well played from them. I like the adaptation. I like what Briarcliff are going for. Mike got his Lee Sin. Oxy got his Jax. I mean, at that point, they had to be feeling themselves just a little bit.
It's just classic Briarcliff. I don't think there could be a more signature Briarcliff game there. Mike on the Lee Sin, Camry dominating on mages, and everything coming together. Again, it feels like you were drawing comparisons earlier between game 1 Drury versus CSU and here Briarcliff versus Cornell. It's felt like comparing Briarcliff to Drury here a little bit. The winning teams coming in locked and loaded, ready to go. Their game plans on full display here. They're ready to go for playoffs. The new teams on the block. Are any of them going to advance on into the next round? CSU's already fallen Cornell. It's the last hope for the new squads. Otherwise, Shibby, we're in a bracket that's very familiar for us from last year. The existing MEC members putting on a show so far. We're going to get geared up and ready to go for game number 2. Cornell may be down, but they are certainly not out. We've got plenty of more League of Legends action coming your way. And if League of Legends ain't your thing, and you live in Kansas and are looking to get involved in events locally, we've got you covered here at Unified. We're partnering up with the University of Kansas Esports. We want you to enter the Birdcage at KU. Smash singles, doubles, and Mario Kart on offer this Saturday, March 23rd. Type !Birdcage in the chat and follow the link to enter the event. We hope to see you guys there, and we hope to see you after the break, as we're going to be right back. Game 2 coming right up.
My name is Ines Abasha. My gamer tag is Oxy.
Hi, I'm Mike. I jungle for Briarcliff for League of Legends. My in-game name also Mike.
My name's Cameron. Gamer tag Cameron, Kammr.
My name's Jacob. My gamer tag is Zero. I play League of Legends for Briarcliff.
I'm Raymond Boosinger. Gamer tag Raymond.
Any of your teammates that could go viral? Who's most likely and why?
Oh, dude, it's Jacob. He's a soccer star on his team.
I feel like Cam would.
Nah, dude, he's just hitting from midfield. He scores them from midfield. I've seen it.
I feel like he just makes a pentakill in the game. Like
Okay, more League of Legends hype clip.
Yeah.
Probably Mike.
I mean, he already went viral. I don't know if you guys knew this, but he also like raps on the side.
The first thing that comes to mind is Mike, and other people have reasons that they've previously stated, but I'd say Mike will say literally anything.
Can't say
Probably Ines, a top laner. You know, it's a miracle that someone from Quebec is able to be decent at League of Legends,
And it doesn't matter. And then he will either back it up or go 0-10.
It's just out of pocket.
And that's like the funniest part, and he won't care. He'll go 0-10, and the next game he'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna beat you the next time.
I think once people realize that we have a miracle of nature on our team, a good League of Legends player from Quebec will be fine. I think he'll be the first one to go viral. Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow! Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone and them on out. Going into A4, look at Sake. Laying in the middle. Sake? Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey. No way! Way taller. Sake Wabe gets the quadra kill. That was
It kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. And we've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engaged. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen. But Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC 2024 playoffs. It's our Monday night doubleheader in Chibi. Potentially our last match coming up. I hope not. I want one of these series to go to game number 3. But the way Briarcliff were looking in game number 1, there's a reason they got Oxy in the top lane, because they were looking clean.
Yeah. That was good. That was good.
Thanks,
I'll give you that one.
I tried.
Clean, right? Oxy the Dragon Slayer. Oxy clean, like you said he was. I mean, just Briarcliff popping off, right? A couple of their members getting the champions that they wanted. Jax for Oxy, Lee Sin for Mike. I really doubt they're going to get that again.
Yeah.
I'm sure Cornell's going to ban that away. But also some unexpected picks, right? Briarcliff's bot lane showing us some new flavors, some new colors to themselves, right? Historically, utility-focused, weak side bot lane. They were still weak side in the sense that they didn't really get a lot of jungle attention. But on the Varus, on the Zyra, something very lane dominant, self-sufficient, perfectly counters the Smolder and the Thresh in this case, right? Or at least counters it enough to kind of give your top side enough time to get far ahead. I really liked the composition that Briarcliff had. Mix of comfort, mix of surprise. And I don't, like I said, don't think Cornell was really privy to that information. Was really expecting it. Granted, Cornell does have a lane swap support Peaches into their jungle. And so the champion pool for her is very limited. Poppy was banned away. Rel is left on the board. Maokai taken away as well. I have a feeling that if Briarcliff want, they can just kind of 3-ban Peaches, and I don't know what else you can really pick there, right? Like, you kind of have to, assuming she's been practicing jungle and playing some other champions, you still kind of have to, like, first time something in competitive that you haven't played before, right? This is her first time Rel. Played a bunch of Poppy last time she subbed in, and so I'm kind of wondering about her champion pool, because the jungle canyon or gap was very real. Mike was everywhere he needed to be.
Yep. And even it's one of the things I enjoy sometimes most about watching League, where it's these very special, like, minute outplays, but we're all thinking early on it was Cameron recalling kind of unusually far ahead. He was like, oh, stop my recall. Oh, no. And Mike and Raymond are in the bush. They're getting ready to surprise Peaches with that play. There was the synergy between Cameron and Raymond in the bot lane using their ultimates together to perfection. Briarcliff just putting on a clinic. On the side of Cornell, I'm curious. We've seen Eliza's Darius kind of struggle a little bit in the past. I wonder, it's tough because Eliza's constantly, like, in that second phase of bans. I feel like it's easy to throw some of those Eliza champions on the board to take away some of the comfort. But it's been, like, when we've seen Cornell succeed, it is off of Eliza having a really strong game and being a split push threat. So I'm curious what else we might see. What was also interesting is actually their decision to put Smolder into the bot lane. I get the recent changes, but Balewin is your Smolder god. Balewin's been grinding on Smolder constantly, and they put Smolder into the bot lane. Really interesting choices here from Cornell, where I wonder how they're going to kind of approach game number 2, because it's a bit of a tricky situation here with their backs up against the wall. Should be one more loss, and Cornell's season is over.
Yeah, tough situation, like you mentioned. Pressure is on. Diamonds are made under pressure, but you can also get crushed under the weight that is Briarcliff University. And like you said, what does T-Falwin pilot that Smolder? So we are going to head into draft here. Cornell College versus Briarcliff University. Game 2, the sides have swapped. BCU on the blue side, Cornell on the red side. And we talked about how, like, blue side is actually really good this patch, or has been pretty good this season because of how many OP champions are available. I feel like Briarcliff is one of the teams that could just take advantage of that fully. I feel like Cornell needs to trade here, right? Don't ban the Smolder out. Don't ban the Karma. Force Briarcliff to choose between, like, Karma, Senna, Smolder, that kind of stuff, and then just take what's left on the board. Briarcliff doesn't really need to swap their bans out too much, although I wouldn't be against them double banning out Peaches, right? The Rel and the Poppy, just removing that altogether. Why not?
As you mentioned, Peaches, out a bit of the Poppy jungle looked really good. I was kind of sad to see that banned away in game number 1. I'm curious, Peaches coming through. We thought Peaches having really good season on Alistar and Rel. We were kind of thinking, well, it's probably where sort of they're going to operate in that realm within the jungle, tanky engagers. I wonder if they just got to, Peaches, yes, you got to trust the Ultra Instinct to take over. The spirit of the jungle will find a way. Choose a carry. Let's make something crazy happen. We'll see. I'm curious. Peaches, not going to be facing any bans just yet. I think BCU pretty happy with their game plan from game number 1. Going to be bringing in a lot of the same bans. Failwin on the Twisted Fate. Bit of a toughie. I felt like kind of shockingly Camer. Yeah, we were talking about the Talia versus Twisted Fate matchup. Who's going to work better with the rest of their team? Clearly that was Camer. So I wonder how game 1's going to shape the dynamics of this mid lane matchup that we were potentially excited for as the matchup of the series. Camer versus Failwin, probably the 2 best players on each respective team going toe-to-toe in one lane. Camer won out in game number 1. Does Failwin have a response here for game 2?
Poppy being banned away. BCU not changing up their ban strategy, not needed. Cornell College, let's see if they keep it similar. They're actually going to ban the Twisted Fate away from BCU.
Yeah, fair.
A lot of power picks available and up on the board. Smolder, Senna, Maokai. So many champions right now. You could argue something like the Orianna, right? You could argue something like the Talia if you want to go for that again. But instead, Briarcliff University are just going to opt in for that. Varus, a fine answer into the Smolder. A fine answer into most AD carries that are available here, right? You can go poke. You can go lethal tempo. You can go for the on-hit. Depending on the composition you see, if you see more tanks, you go on-hit. If you see more squishies, you can go for that lethality build here. Cornell College, they're going to lock in that Smolder. The no fear that Briarcliff has into the Smolder. That is insane to me, the fearlessness of them to give that away and say, you know what, we can handle it. Whether it goes mid, whether it goes bot, we've got an answer here. And I don't think you can go for that Thresh. Instead, they'll opt in for the Ashe, which still keeps their composition very flexible. Felwyn, like you said, grinding that Smolder, right? The Ashe can go AD carry or support. This actually doesn't reveal too much.
The draft shenanigans begin, Shibby. BCU have a tough response to try and put together. They're going to lock in Nico, a power pick for the mid lane for Camer. Team fighting prowess for BCU, pretty big. We saw Camer pop off quite a bit. And I wonder, again, these are silly games, I feel like, for BCU versus Cornell. One of the big themes for me was just wacky compositions, but Nico is very much in the meta now, which I'm not used to. That's kind of new with this season. And she can transform into a bunch of stuff, and really fun to watch. Oxy gets his Jax once again, and BCU, they don't have to switch up the game plan too much. Cornell, Shibby, they got to cook up something. Eliza's going to lock in the Alawi. So as I was talking about before, Eliza also often kind of falls prey to the second ban phase target. We saw 2 bans last game. This time, Eliza, able to lock in that Alawi.
Yeah, and we see BCU all as well, locking in their top lane here, so junglers will be falling lower and lower, and unfortunately, with that, Mike will have to pay for the sins of his laners. He's going to get his Lee Sin removed here. Cornell College is smart. They will ban away that Nocturne, right? Nocturne Nico, such a deadly composition, especially into something like the Smolder, like the Ashe. Your life's a living hell. You hate it. You don't like to play the game with the Nocturne Nico. It can be very, very disgusting here as Briarcliff as well. Hey, forcing Peaches onto something different. No Rel. No Poppy. Let's see if they ban the Maokai away as well. Zyra being removed. So they think that Raymond on the Zyra is too much. If they ban the Maokai away, I'm sure Peaches will have to play something that isn't a support and jungle champion, right? Maokai gets flexed in the support jungle. Rel gets flexed support jungle. Poppy can get flexed support and jungle. Am I missing something? Am I missing another champion that's a support pick? Brand, maybe? Like, I don't... That's the
Morgana?
only thing... Morgana? Yeah, Morgana jungle potentially. As the ASOL is removed out of Felwin's hand, they still think, or they believe at least, that this Smolder is going to go into the bottom lane with Ikutso, along with Ashe going into the hands of Divine here. But I am very against that, and rightfully so. Thresh gets picked up, so it's an Ashe Thresh bot lane. Felwin on the Smolder. They're going to save their jungle for final counter pick here. What is the pick that denies them? That is a Tryndamere. That's going into Mike's hands, right?
I'm speechless at this point, Shibby.
That's a Nico support?
Oh my gosh. This composition goes so... Shibby, I tried... We were talking about crazy compositions. BCU, Cornell being the ones that set the stage for the most wild compositions. Kennen, Tryndamere, Jax, Nico. Where's everybody going, Shibby? Let's find out.
Oh,
Tryndamere
wow.
top, Jax in the jungle. Cammer locks in Kennen mid. And Raymond takes Nico into the bot lane. Wow.
Huh? What? Briarcliff? You sons of guns. You've done it again. You have managed to surprise me once again. What?
Throw out the crystal ball.
It's broken. It's malfunctioned. My tarot cards? Done. Crystal ball thrown out the window. Palm reading impossible. I can't even do psychic visions. I can't get into the mode. I can't meditate. I don't know what to do. Briarcliff University. We talked about Cornell College not being prepared for the Zyra support. Who's prepared for Kennen mid and Tryndamere top and Nico support? Nobody. Literally no one. Briarcliff University, the element of surprise on their side, using the draft to its utmost efficiency. And the fact that they're locking this in indicates to me that they've got more in the bag. You know, like, if I'm Ottawa, if I'm Purdue Northwest, I'm quaking in my boots facing this team. Potentially. Right? If Cornell don't run it back. They don't get the 2-1.
Yep.
Briarcliff win with this. The world is their oyster. The League of Legends consists of 156 plus champions, Mac, and Briarcliff are going to try to pick every single one. As Mac, where are we?
Summoners, welcome onto the Rift for game number 2 of our second series of the Monday night doubleheader, the Losers Bracket Showdown. Teams getting eliminated left and right. Cornell College trying to stay alive here in the playoffs. Briarcliff, I don't even, usually you would think this sort of composition has a little dust on the champions. They got lint on their fingers. They look fresh and ready to go. Raymond on the Nico, Cammer going Kennen, Oxy the legend, and I'll say it makes sense. Tryndamere counter matchup into Alawi to try to neutralize one of Eliza's signature champs.
You said they have lint on their fingers. No, Mac, they've got barbecue sauce because they are cooking. They are cooking with fire right now. And Tryndamere, this Oxy Tryndamere pick, so detrimental into this Alawi. As Raymond and Zero are going to get Bush control here. Another utility focused bot lane. This is a in your face, I'm going to scrap with you. You are going to take a ton of damage. Again, Divine on this Thresh. Not going to have a fun time Nico, similar to the Zyra in the fact that you can poke and prod away. You've got the Strangle Thorns here, the Strangle Roots with the E, especially into the immobile Ash and Thresh can do a lot of damage here. And this is Poke Varus now. This is Comet Poke Varus. A completely different look from last game from Zero with the lethal tempo. I don't think Ikutsu and Divine are going to have a fun time here as Oxy and Eliza will be trading into the top side. Rough for Cornell College. It feels like everything they do is just getting counterpicked by Briarcliff.
And Oxy, it looks like in that top lane, is just perfectly bobbing and weaving around Eliza's passive, the tentacles trying to slam down, but the Tryndamere is nimble. Furthermore, see junglers starting on the same side of the map. These top laners are going to be left to their own devices for the first little bit of the game. Oxy, his soul gets snatched, but the Tryndamere, one of the reasons, quite a good pick into the Alawi. Got a lot of healing sustained throughout the lane phase.
The saving grace for Cornell is that solo lane Smolder typically tends to farm a lot faster on the stacks, right? You don't have to worry about the bottom lane. CSing is a lot easier. The lane is shorter. You're under less threat. You can focus on hitting one champion with the W, get those stacks going. You're in closer proximity to jungle camps when you need to be. So I expect Felwyn to hit that 225 stack much sooner. 225 stack mark much sooner than Ikutsu did in game one. Let's see what Briarcliff does to try to keep this team down. Mike on this jungle Jax. Press the attack, not lethal tempos. Just looking at those short burst trades, right? The empowered auto after the 3 press the attack strikes here. Sweet Peach, or Peaches, down in this bottom lane. Piloting the Udyr, right? A champion that is not able to be flexed in the support role, but is very cut, clear, standard, right? It's not a complicated champion by any means, right? At least in the jungle. You can run it with decent efficiency, as now Mike is looking to contest Peaches in this river.
Meanwhile, Failwind's also super low in lane. Failwind having to recall. Peach is going to have to give up. Actually, Peach did secure the first Scuttle Crab, but Oxy, meanwhile, in the top lane, is he going to survive? It's a lot of additional damage. He gets out of there. Really should be a solo kill for Oxy in the top lane, taking advantage of the counter matchup.
Yeah, just bonked Eliza, right? Like straight up just ghosted and started free hitting Oxy. Greedy guy. They're back all the way. He's going to get his recall interrupted. But overall, a nice solo kill, and Peaches, this jungle's not yours. Unfortunately, mid lane prio is for Camera. Mike is here.
Wow, a huge counter strike into the stun, and Peaches gets sent back to base. Failwind just has to watch. Failwind got the first recall. Shibby's got 2 long swords, but unable to keep Peaches alive. Now Mike gets a chance at some counter jungling. That's going to be huge for the Briarcliff jungler. 2 kills in the first 5 minutes.
Camera with blue buff available. Not going to do too much, but the energy regen will be nice. Cooldown reduction, as well as that trading. Felwyn, like you said, got the first recall, but was shoved under turret. Had to make the decision, do I help my lane? Do I help my jungler, or do I farm my lane? Unfortunately, Peaches goes down. Mike was in the vicinity. Flash counter-strike. Kills Peaches, who only has Ghost available. And Grub's going to go over the full stack, it seems, this time. As, oh my god, Camera flashing, trying to get the E, trying to get the damage off. Felwyn slides right on out with the E. Buys themselves a little bit more time, some breathing room. Camera's level 6.
Trying to go in. The W doesn't connect. Failwind solo. It's Divine with the hook. Pulling in. Gotta be careful, Divine. Pulling the Maelstrom closer to Failwind, who's just going to try to farm up this wave and recall. A well-timed roam for the Cornell support. Going to help alleviate some pressure. And Chibi, we finally see the age-old trade of Grubs for Dragon come through. Peaches on top of the bot side objective.
I know, felt like a while, right? It felt like they just weren't trading. Teams were not trying to trade the jungle or the dragon for Grubs here, but Peaches able to get that with that bot lane prio. The roam gives them river control, the mid lane kill as well. Not having camera there, just kind of remove all team fight objective fighting with the slicing maelstrom down. As Oxy's actually down in CS. Was finally able to recall. Is just going to bonk Liza here.
As the ultimate available is going to use it to perfection. The tentacles cannot kill him. Flashing around. Oh, summoner spells are trading. And the top lane is it's not a, well, it's kind of similar to a wet noodle fight, but a little bit different. More threat to it as the hook connects there. Divine making plays on this. Thresh looking oh so good, but Mike a double stun in the arrow. Piercing through. Zero can't find any more damage though. And Cornell trading back. They're getting back into this game, Shibby. It's 2 kills apiece.
I mean, I would feel disrespected, right? They're going Jax jungle, Cannon mid. Like, realistically, Tryndamere obviously is a good pick into the Alawi. But if I'm Cornell, I'm feeling disrespected. I'm trying to make plays on that. I don't want to lose this. Camera pops the slicing maelstrom, isn't able to get anything for themselves, unfortunately. Felwyn is able to eon out of there as Oxy picks up Executioner's Calling, says, hey, I didn't like that fight. I couldn't kill you. You couldn't kill me. Let's change that. This camera's getting ganked in the mid lane.
No flash for the BCU mid laner. A whole lot of damage, but each able to survive on through it. Gamer's got to be careful trying to go for some of those aggressive plays. Failwind Smolder, we talked about it after game number 1. Why didn't they give Failwind Smolder? This is why we wanted to see it in the hands of the Cornell mid laner.
Right now, Gold dead even. Game 2 looking like game 2 of Drury versus CSU, right? Gold was a lot more even. The team that was down 1-0, in this case Cornell, or in that case Cleveland State, was a lot more competitive. They were a lot more understanding of what the other team wants to do. As Briarcliff with the gank onto the bot lane. Nice hook.
Top Blossom double. Raymond connects onto 2, and the arrow takes down Divine with a heroic effort trying to keep Akutsu alive. Peach coming into the bot lane. And Channel Crystal arrow not available. Mike looking to make more plays, but it's just Divine getting taken down. The kill, I believe, going over to Raymond there.
Yeah, that was really, really valiant effort from Divine there. But like you said, Flash Pop Blossom is kind of hard to counterplay. It just is. It's unfortunate. We're going to see probably a lot more of those from Raymond as the team fights happen. As Cammer is going to E in. He should be potentially dead. No Flash available.
Slicing Maelstrom comes out, stuns Failwind out of the E. But Failwind has enough sustain. Peach actually catches turret shots. Got to be careful there. Mike's meanwhile headed down back into the bot lane. Divine no flash. Akutsu both summoner spells, and Channel Crystal arrow was used, I believe, to try to take down Zero, who was forced to recall. This match has been fast-paced and all over the place. Void Grubs, the second spawning. Mike's going to try to limit Peach. Low. Oh gosh, this is fodder, Shibby, for the Tryndamere. Oxy ghosting in. He's going in. He wants the dashes. Who's he going to go for? He can't quite pick. He's going to start with the sweetest Peach.
Not the ward!
Does have ultimate available. He wants to go in. Doesn't get the slow. Failwind with the E down. Oxy might just go E over the wall. Camera trying to shove in that wave. Failwind trying to get on out of there. And all 6 grubs might once again go over to Briarcliff.
Yeah, good job from Oxy, just to like kind of flex his power a little bit. I'm going to roam for these. As Felwyn TP's in. We see another roam coming out from Divine. The man's been mid lane at minimum 4 times now, and Cammer is probably sick and tired of it. He's like, can I just lane in peace? He's going to Electro Mouse dash out of there. Mike on this Jax. Not as effective as the Lee Sin, but still dissuading team fights, farming up, getting to a point where he's going to have to be dealt with, is getting the objectives, using the lane prio from top and mid lane. Get these next set of grubs here. I like how Briarcliff has been playing. It's been a lot closer. They're still in control, right? They still feel like they're in the driver's seat, which I think Cornell does not appreciate.
Phelan's been stacking up though, Shivy, close to that first item. I think in a good position. Raymond's going to try to come in. Snare misses. Phelan able to flap on out of there. Dragon has spawned. And the junglers continue to trade objectives on opposite sides of the map. The second dragon of the game goes over to Cornell.
I like that from Cornell, at least trying to trade objectives, trying to get something on the map. This Ashe Thresh, still a lane not to be messed with. You cannot over-aggress. The pick potential is always there, like you said, in Canada, and Felwyn. 2-0 right now. I feel like Cameron's been trying to kill him.
Oh, Cameron finally gets the solo kill he was looking for. All the Cornell fans in chat can shout out Shippy for that one. Cameron using the flash, using everything in his pockets to finally lock down the flashless Phelan and get that solo kill he's been looking for feels like a while. Oxy avoids the EE wonderful dodge. Slows down, but it's a lot of HP. Look at Eliza's starting items. Plated steel caps into Warden mail. You're not going to auto-attack me, Oxy, alright? You're going to have to build up quite a bit of penetration to get through Eliza's defenses right now.
It's just a tank, right? It's like someone with a fly swatter who's fighting against someone covered in metal armor. Like, it doesn't really do damage. It's just kind of really annoying as Cammer is going to get visited in the mid lane for the umpteenth time. 20, 30, 50th maybe? I could be wrong, but Cammer has not been allowed to 1v1 Felwyn in the mid lane. Has gotten one kill for themselves, but Felwyn is doing a pretty good job on this Smolder, surviving, having a much better lane phase than Ikutso did in game 1. And I'd love to get a stack check around the 14-minute mark and see where he's at, if he's on pace, if he's ahead, because solo lane Smolders are built different. He's actually at 107 stacks at 14 minutes. That's very good.
Mother tries coming in to take down Cammer. Phelan looking for the kill, but Mike finishes off the Cornell mid laner. There's that spear. Shojin finally coming through. Phelan getting that completed item. Oxy going toe-to-toe with Eliza. No ultimate's been used by the top laners just yet. Oxy trying to build up the rage, heal up, and go right back in. Ultimate available makes it tough for Eliza to play around, and not a lot of mana in the bank as well. Rift Herald has spawned. Wonder if Oxy might just get it going. Mike is in the neighborhood as well. As this game, only 2,000 gold separating the two teams. Cornell College, I think they're in an interesting spot, right? Looking at the composition, they've got Phelan scaling up. Kutsu's got Enchanted Crystal Arrow for potential picks. Briarcliff's composition, they do have the Varus poke damage to potentially play a little bit from range, but the Jax, the Tryndamere, the Kennen, the Nico, they all want to try to get those teamfight ultimates. They want to run in your face. And Eliza's Alawi wants just that, so I'm curious if this Cornell team's going to be able to come together. This is it for them, potentially. This could be their final match of the season. Have they learned from their playstyle mistakes of the past? Eliza, I wonder how they're going to play through the rest of this game. A big slicing maelstrom. Phelan getting low, and Cammer does a huge. Meanwhile, Blossom in the bot lane isn't enough. Arrow is stunned up, and it's a double kill for the Cornell bot lane. Talking about Eliza in the top lane. Well, we worry about this bot lane a little bit, Shibby.
Kutso and Divine, with the help of Peaches on this Udyr, doing a fantastic job punishing Zero and Raymond, who most likely are playing very, very aggressively in that bot side, trying to exert a lot of their poke potential. The double Comet into Ashe, into Thresh here. It is interesting, right? You hovered the idea of, like, what does Briarcliff do if they have to fight into Cambodia, into Udyr, right? Who love it when you kind of run into their faces, death ball style. Right now, there's not a lot of damage coming out from Eliza, right? She's just now building up the phage and some damage items. She was kind of stunted by building a ton of armor. But Cammer can rip through that, right? There's no MR on the team. Like, you can't really fight if you're being stunned up by this Kennen, who, as you see, or as you saw, is really able to, like, burst out Felwyn and Peaches. Like, look at the damage. Yeah. Look at the damage coming out.
Raymond's clone gets low as the mid lane engage looks for something. Felwyn's got that empowered Q, but Mike's looking in. Flash double stun onto the back line. He's got one. Cammer's looking for yet another beautiful play as Oxy roams all the way down from top. Each ghost is used, moving very fast under the tower, is hard to catch. Dragon has spawned, and it looks like Briarcliff are done trading objectives. They're going to go for it. Mike and Oxy did pick up Rift Herald on the top side of the map earlier as well. Briarcliff feels like they're getting a lot of what they want. 6 grubs, and now they get a dragon to boot.
Yeah, they're done trading objectives like you mentioned, and still a timer for themselves. They do have late game options, right? They've got the Jax, they've got the Trinimir, but it's not a Smolder, right? It's not a true health, burn, or true damage, execute champion, right? It just doesn't do what Smolder does, and so they've got to kind of be on the ready. This Baron's coming up in 2 minutes. You want to set up vision for that. You're not nearly as far ahead as you were in game 1. You've got the team fight composition as Cammer should be dead here.
Pop Blossom to try and save the mid laner. Failwind's hunting. Slicing Maelstrom comes out. Mike dashes in. A double stun as Mike looking for more plays to add to the real. Chain of Corruption comes through. Peaches escapes. Akutsu, Ghost, Ash. Kraken Slayer activated, doing a lot of damage. Mike knows he's got the counter strike. Not going to help from the Flay. It's a shutdown for Divine.
The Flay ends up ripping through the counter-strike because it's not an auto attack, it's an ability. Able to pick up the kill onto Mike here. Briarcliff getting a little wacky, getting a little silly. Not as clean as game 1, right? They were a lot more put together. They took Baron when they needed to. They took all the inhibs when they had priority. Now they're just kind of scrapping. Rightfully so, right? You've got a Kennen. You've got a Varus. You've got Nico. You want to fight in skirmish. Here's Raymond. He's on the Roman in the top side here. Eliza should flash out, but she could be under dive threat. Slicing Maelstrom not available. Let's see what she can do.
Oxy with the ultimate available should be the one to start things off here for us, and he passes the test of spirit with flying colors as Eliza gets sent back. The Mortal Reminder first item. I feel like we're seeing these two top laners go so deep in their bag that this is peak top lane to me. You have this niche matchup that requires a unique approach on the game, and Oxy's making it work.
Yeah, I can see why you stopped playing this role, man. Like, I can see it's too much. I hate it. As now bottom lane in a bit of trouble. Camera TP's in.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects. The root from Chain of Corruption almost keeps him alive, but Akutsu's arrows fire true. Picks up another kill onto Zero, who was forced to burn both summoner spells there, Shibby. Unfortunate for the Briarcliff ADC. The tower does go down. Akutsu actually 3-0-3 on the Ashe, having a really solid start to the game. Akutsu and Divine trying to keep the team's season hopes alive here. Again, Cornell down but not out. It's only 3,000 gold separating these two teams. Mike trying to farm as much as he can. Does have a level lead. Really looking really good on the Jax. And is this going to be a sneaky Baron? No way. Say it ain't so, Shivy. No vision.
You can just do it.
Divine is up and around. Failwind might sniff something out. Eliza's here. Baron's at about 50% HP. Here they spot it out. And the call, the hawk shot as well. It's tough to sneak Baron against this Cornell College team.
Yeah, I mean, they drew the members of Cornell College all the way to this top side here. Ghost was popped from Peaches, so you get something out of it. Camera's still dutifully pushing that bot side. I'm surprised because he doesn't have TP. I don't know how he's going to really join the rest of the team, but he's content on side laning. Does a ton of damage. Portal Belt into Lichbane, and yeah, why not just start it again? Force them to answer you. You are far ahead enough where you can just kind of start and stop Baron with impunity. And Peaches doesn't have Ghost, has the empowered Udyr ability left, and they're going to back off. They're ding-dong ditching Baron, Mac. That's what they're doing.
Cammer, meanwhile, continues to push. Cornell try to find their opportunity to engage, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow missed. And they want Cornell, right? We talked about this earlier. Eliza and the rest of the team want Briarcliff to run at them. They start Baron. They're going to try to force their hand. Cammer does not have teleport. As Baron gets focused, Mike on the Jax tries to circle around and make more miracle plays happen. I think Raymond flashing kind of weirdly over the wall, but can he find a play here? Mike waiting to go over the wall, waiting for his moment. A test of the jungler. He goes in and he steals the objective. Mike does it again when it matters most here in the playoffs. Briarcliff, it goes all according to plan. Hammer pushing in the bot lane. Mike taking over around the objective. The Chargers have arrived here in the playoffs. And Mike, the human highlight reel, adds another clip.
If we don't get that man for an interview after this series, then I don't believe it. Chad Mike in the building. Cammer had nothing to worry about. He said, my boy Mike is going to steal the Baron. They're going to look to end the game. Cammer is just pushing the mid lane right now. Oxy onto Felwyn. Can Felwyn back away?
Oh. The 1-for-1 trade. The Nexus is exposed, but the recalls come out. They've got low health bars, Shibby. They can't end the game, but they do explode the gold lead to almost 10,000 gold. Once more, Briarcliff at the 23-minute mark have completely destroyed the base.
Briarcliff jet set their gold lead. They're going to take this dragon recall here, and I don't know if Peaches and the rest of Cornell can do something. The gold was even for quite a while. It was even only a couple thousand separating the two teams, but the Baron steal into the team fight win, into the split push into the bottom side, a ton of gold going into the pockets of Briarcliff. A full Rabbidoodles picked up for Cammer in the mid lane. Full stacked Dark Seal as well. I mean, this is just rough. Cornell College, Felwyn. Actually on that Smolder execute, but Camera is just gonna one-tap Eliza with Raymond in tow. And so topside, the last remaining inhibitor turret available. They're gonna look to take this out cleanly, methodically, surgically, however you want to say it. Briarcliff coming out on top so far. 10,000 gold ahead.
Oxy pushing in the bot wave. Mike trying to head up the mid wave. Hammer having a pop-off performance. 200 CS. 3 items complete. You mentioned it before. Eliza, no magic resist. Not a lot they can do against how far Hammer is ahead. They are getting the full house of the base. Pop Blossom from Raymond finds 2. There's the engage. Briarcliff execute their 1v1, or their full team fight composition. I was thinking instead of the 1v1, it's the Wombo combo that comes through as Briarcliff finish off the series. They send Cornell College home. And what a series for Briarcliff, man. I thought game 1 was a stomp. They ended this one sooner.
And they took everything. Right? Yeah. The house, the kids, the goldfish, the turrets, the necklace.
The car?
All of it. The car? My golf clubs? Briarcliff, what are you doing? Mike, with an immaculate steal. At this point, I can't even say I'm surprised. Like, it's just built in his DNA. He's built different. He's inorganically. I don't know, man. The guy is just on another level. Well played.
Well, yeah.
To Briarcliff University, right? Really good from them. Mac, you have any final words before we get on to a small break before we get to the interview?
Well, I was just thinking from the script we got yesterday, this lined up pretty good. It was here. Hyper wrote it in. Mike steals Baron in game 2. It's crazy how he got that thinking so far ahead. Just when I think I've seen everything with the script, Hyper adds something else to it. But if you want to really see for yourself that MEC isn't scripted, I think I gotta recommend you come check out these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself. Come watch the MEC Spring Championship at the Unified Gaming Fan Fest, Illinois College on April 6th and 7th. Use command !Spring Championship in the Twitch chat and follow the link to get your tickets to join us there. We hope to see you at Illinois College for our Spring Championship. We're going to hop into a quick break. We've got a post-game interview coming up that you won't want to miss. Hello everyone and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC 2024 playoffs. My name's Mac Dewey. Joining me and Shivy for our post-game interview is none other than the man in the top lane for the Briarcliff Chargers. Oxy, we appreciate you joining us for the interview.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure. Pleasure is mine.
And at some point I have to ask, are you even surprised at what your jungler can do? Like, is it even shocking? Is it even...
Nah. It's a casual day, like casual Monday Mike things. You're just gonna like walk in, build an Ash, do whatever he wants to do, walk into the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear him. I can hear him in the background.
Okay, you
I
guys
can
can
hear
hear
him.
me? You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I do want to kind of talk about kind of the prep going into this. Obviously, Cornell, a team that can throw you off, right? A little bit.
Yeah.
They have a very different play style. Top centric, I think, which is something that you kind of maybe looked forward to in your challenge, right? I think you're one of the better top laners in the MEC. You've got a really good champion pool. What was your strategy individually matching up against Eliza, but also Briarcliff's strategy coming into facing Cornell?
I mean, pretty much just make sure I have
You
a
gotta
better
put-
champion.
Oxy, put the mic back down.
Okay, perfect. Is it correct?
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
We
perfect.
got you.
Sorry. So basically, just get the better champion in the top lane, and then just bonk them. That's it. That's all I do. Just make sure I have the better champion, you know?
Jackson Trin, fundamentally just better champions in those matchups.
Just like get a lamp and a sword and just bonk them on the head, you know?
Were you surprised that they opted to give you the Jackson game one? Like they just let it open? I feel like it's one of your best champions.
I was flabbergasted that they let it go through. And then in game two, they still let it through again. I was like, maybe we should pick it here before they ban it. But maybe they have like something cooking up. So let's flex it a little bit, you know?
Right. Is Mike always prepared for that little flex with the Jax jungle? He was down?
Mike reminds me every single day that he plays Jax better than me. He tells me, I know the champion more than you know it. Like, as we were loading into the game, he just, like, slowly looked to the right and then told me, I know Jax better than you. So, and then he just, like, you know.
He did
pop out the better game. You had the better game on it, so I don't know. Baron
He's still
is
Baron.
pretty
It's a
close.
competition. It's a competition between me and him, you know? He's going to have the better Jax games, you know?
His flash Counter-Strike, the flash Q Counter-Strike was kind of sick with it. I don't know. The mechanics, I mean, the fact that you have two godlike level Jaxes is kind of scary here. As we see this coming in, just get the better champions. I do want to speak a little bit ahead, right? You've got a tough matchup with whoever you're facing, either Purdue Northwest or Ottawa. Similar to what I asked a question last series for you guys, Briarcliff or in your city, who are you looking forward to facing as a team? Out of the top level, Pranked and Killian, two of our, really good top laners. Who are you more excited to face off against?
See you, Mike. Sorry, Mike was just leaving right now. I'm more excited. I mean, Killian is a really good Rumble player. He's probably the best Rumble in the world. So I'm excited to look at play against him. I'm also looking forward to play against Frank. He actually I watched him play Udyr and I was like, damn, this champion's kind of strong. So then I started playing it. So I took one off of his book, and I'm just looking forward to learn from them and just beat them later on, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to shout out Quick Slice. We cannot forget my boy Quick Slice. I used to know him, I met him a year ago or 2 years ago, and we've always done a few 1v1s, helped each other out, get better at the game. So shout out to my boy Quick Slice. He's a really good top laner too. Can't forget about him.
Absolutely not. I am curious, Oxy, over the course of the season, we talked with the Drury Panthers earlier. I think Orion mentioned this a little bit with it's been almost 2 full months of straight League of Legends action. We started back at the end of January. Thinking through the course of the entire season, your first season here in the MEC, what stood out to you over your experience here so far?
It went by pretty fast. That's one thing I gotta say. I did not expect to already be in playoffs. It went really fast. One game against everybody once, a BO1 or a BO3, really quickly, one time against each other, and it's done. You're in playoffs now. Good luck. That went pretty fast. So that's one thing. That's the most shocking thing about the MEC. It's fast paced.
Yeah. Well, Shibby, do you got any more questions for our lovely Chargers top laner? I think before we let you go, Oxy, I know you gave out a few shout outs, but I'll give you one more opportunity. Is there anyone else you want to shout out before we let you go?
I wanted to shout out my gambling addicts who play Bilateral. All of my teammates are addicted to this game. Whenever I walk into the esports arena, it's a casino in here. They're just playing Bilateral. It's just roulette machine, just gambling machines, ding, 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 cha-ching, cha-ching. That's all I hear. I'm trying to play some League of Legends and they're just gambling in here. And I also want to shout out, Raymond wanted to shout out Angelica. I wanted to shout out Mason, and I wanted to also shout out some of my friends that are in Montreal. They're watching the stream right now. I wanted to shout out to Muad, Ilyas, and Ruby, Zach, Elamin, and Sofian. Some of my friends from back home.
Incredible. Well, Oxy, we appreciate your time once again. Thank you so much for joining us for the post-game interview. We got some love from the Briarcliff squad. Can't wait to see you guys continue to compete in the playoff run. Hope to see you guys more soon.
All right. See you guys.
That's going to do it for our playoff coverage on this lovely Monday night. Should be the first round of the losers bracket is finished. I do want to take a moment for our fallen teams, CSU and Cornell. It was an absolute blast watching you guys compete out there on the Rift. You'll come back. Hey, we'll be back here next year. There's plenty of MEC action to go around. So I just want to send love to those squads, those schools. As we talked about with Oxy before, it's a long season. It goes by fast, but there's a lot of action. They put in a lot of effort to the seasons. Just want to celebrate them. Give them a little special shout out on stream. But that's going to do it for our Monday night stream. Shibby, there is more playoff action coming soon. This Friday, round 2 of the winners bracket. And we've got a little preview for you guys for one of our matchups. Friday, mark your calendars, 5 p.m. Central. Check out what's going on.
The damage is not there. They just played front to back, and they demolished everyone that went into the back line. Purdue Northwest.
I think in the past, people have expected us to go first, and we've fallen short on some of those things. So finally being able to come in as a number 1 seed is really vindicating for me.
My ultimate. Now it's time turnabout fair play, but check it out. They go in for an equalizer. Play the Dragon Rage kick.
We're all just happy that people are noticing what we're capable of.
Might be a little harder to kill the Bane as they look like they're to collapse.
Die! The shockwave!
Northwest, hey, every single one of you, get ready. We locked in.
Playoff time, baby. Playoff time.
Make it the first night, the first game. It's a pentakill for Levi.
There are stronger teams in this league, stuff like that with Purdue Northwestern.
Looking for the damage. Kai safely in the back, but Prod's looking to end
from
that. Levi staying alive and firing away. It's all going the way of Ottawa with a double kill on the jungler.
Don't underestimate anyone.
Every game, you know, we don't underestimate everybody.
You know, every opponent is, you know, something to be taken serious.
Everybody can win, everybody can perform.
You can lose even to teams you think that you will stomp.
We just take everything in stride.
Purdue Northwest are popping off.
See what happens. Ottawa Braves